A great kickoff here for day 3 of the Global Chess League PBG Alaska Knights. They keep doing it over and over again, keeping their lead top to bottom. Prodigy board as well, performing incredibly well there, Nihal Serene. And speaking of prodigies, we are being joined by one UK's youngest ever Grandmaster, Shreyas Royal. Shreyas, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Shreyas, you became a Grandmaster at 15. Breaking a record of a certain David Howell as the youngest ever Grandmaster. First, to everyone watching across the world, tell us, what does it take at such a young age to become a Grandmaster?
Obviously, a lot of effort is required, a lot of sacrifices need to be made. It also helps if one is quite talented. And as for being the youngest British Grandmaster, I guess you have to beat the former record holder along the way to make it all the more deserving.
So you knew that you had to surpass David's record?
Yes, I knew that, but apparently I also had to play him in the tournament where actually I achieved my norm, and I need to apologize for David.
Thanks for both of you reminding me about that. But no, I mean, I'm so glad. It's nice to see chess really thriving in England, and I'm getting old. I'm semi-retired anyway, so it's nice to pass the baton to someone more energetic.
That's just David being super modest and humble. I've seen him play. He's got a whole lot of chess still left in him. But Shreyas, this event, the Global Chess League, coming to London, coming to your city, what does that mean for you?
Yeah, I'm really pleased to see yet another big chess event happening in London. I hope it gets a lot of traction from the general public. Hopefully we can still increase the popularity of chess in London and in the UK. And I mean, it's obviously a huge event with a lot of players, and I hope the crowd are enjoying it.
Yeah. And Shreyas, we want you to stay with us. We've got some more questions for you, but right now we're going to throw it over to Keddy, who's with the boat player of the match.
The board player of the match is Shahriar Mamediarov. Once again, we had Shahriar here the other day, and here we have him again. And we have a special guest who will give him the award, Mr. Dr. Jukka Holappa, Director of West Europe Business, Finland. Please give the award to Shahriar.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much.
Shak, wow, that was a brilliant game of yours, and also 4 victories for your team. Please share with us your personal opinion, how the tournament is going for the team, and are you guys happy?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say we was a little bit lucky today. It looks bad positions in many boards. Also in my game, it looks bad. First I think how to defense to play draw, but after I see I defense very brilliantly and I won. Yeah, it was not my plan to win, and it was just draw. It was a bad position, but my team is doing very well. And after 4 matches, we won all 4, and we are a very good, friendly team, very good atmosphere, and we just try to show our best chess. We know it's not easy in this tournament because very strong opponents, very strong teams. But we are trying to show our best.
Yeah, Alaska Knights must be very happy to have you in the team. Being the board player of the board 2 times already, best of luck for upcoming matches, and back to the studio.
Thanks, Keddy. Congratulations to Shahriar Mamediarov and the PBG Alaska Knights. But there, Shak, echoing your sentiment, David, about that perhaps luck had a little bit of a role to play because they were in trouble in so many of the rounds. We will dive deeper into the action. But Shreyas, coming back to you here, you've been following all that's been happening at the Global Chess League. Do you have a favorite team here who you're rooting for?
Yes, I think Magnus is playing in the Alpine Warriors, and of course they have other strong players in the team, but mainly because of Magnus.
Are you a Magnus fan then?
Certainly, yes.
What do you like the most about him?
Just how strong he is, just how good he is at chess, and how casual he goes about.
He makes it look easy, huh?
Yeah, he makes everything look easy.
That's the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. But David, he's been struggling a little bit in this tournament so far.
Yeah, for those who tuned into day 2, who kind of saw that, witnessed that crazy time scramble between Carlsen and Firouzja, that was maybe a bit of a wake-up call. You poke the bear, you wake him up, and Magnus today, I expect him to be in full flow, top form, but it was a tough day for him yesterday.
And Shreyas, now you have become UK's youngest grandmaster. What is your ultimate goal in chess?
Yeah, I hope to be a top player in the future. Hopefully top 10 in the future, just be one of the best of my generation. Of course, it's not easy in today's day and age with a lot of different prodigies and talents. But I do believe that I have the potential and I can fulfill it to become one of the best, hopefully.
David, you've known him since he was a little boy. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the sky is the limit. Long way to go, but you can do it, Shreyas.
Thank you.
It's amazing. And Shreyas, thank you so much for joining us here. And we hope to see you at the Global Chess League one day right here at the arena.
You'll see me soon. Thank you.
Oh, I love it. Thank you so much, Shreyas. And what a performance it's been. But this has only been the first match of day 3 of the Global Chess League. We've still got 3 more coming up for you, and we will see you in just a few. The PBG Alaskan Knights continue their unstoppable run. Anish Giri on the icon board there, holding Vishy Anand to a draw. 100% score by the Alaskan Knights. It's going to be a hard team to catch up. And while we were on a break, we saw the team here throwing the team jerseys to the fans. The fans seemed really happy about that, David. A big moment for the Knights.
Yeah, the Knights trying to grow their popularity. Great to see you showing off their great kind of positive spirits as well. Nice to see the players interacting with fans always.
And Yavanka, you joined us. We also had Shreyas with us just a while ago, the youngest grandmaster from the UK. Just talk to us a little bit about what it really takes. What are the requirements? Because we keep saying international master, grandmaster. How do you get to these titles?
With dedication and hard work. I mean, that's a simple answer. The reality is very tough. I mean, you have to make sacrifices. Perhaps you even have to kind of lay off the school and the education and just focus on chess. And I think that's exactly what Shreyas is doing. But yeah, to be a grandmaster, it is the cream of the crop. So you have to put in the hard graft. You have to get those coaches and trainers and just play chess.
And David, break down the technical requirements to get to that level in chess.
Yeah, chess, it's all about rating. We have a ranking system. Every player has a rating. In order to get to the top, you often have to beat the best. It's step by step. And in order to become a grandmaster, you need a rating of 2,500, which not that many players in the world do. And you need to perform very well against other grandmasters in a certain number of tournaments. So It's a difficult step. I think around 1,700 have achieved it in history, but hopefully it inspires some of you out there in future.
Well, one guy who's got all the titles, who's done it all and won it all in the chess world is world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. He's at the Global Chess League for the American Gambits. And we caught up to find out a little bit more about how much fun he's having here.
How have you found the event so far?
I found the event quite enjoyable. I haven't really had many difficult or dramatic games thus far, but our team started off well, so the environment's pretty good, and I'm happy thus far.
And talking about the team, chess is normally a very individual sport, but here, it's a team. Is it fun?
So, I mean, I think there are a couple ways it's fun and a couple ways it's not fun. So today, for example, I played Anish Giri in the second game, and we made a relatively quick draw. I think if this game were in an individual event, one of us would have won the game. I don't know who it would have been, but it would have been more decisive. But when you're playing in a team event, sometimes you don't want to take that huge risk. You'd rather let other people maybe try and win the game or lose the game. And if you do actually lose an important game, you feel a lot more responsibility. So that is one way it's very different. But also I think having different phases and feeling like you're not just playing for yourself can make for a very interesting event.
And do you find yourself swapping tips with your teammates?
Thus far, not really. I mean, I think as the event gets further in and it becomes clearer what the situation is, there's a good chance there will be more strategizing. I think thus far you just show up and play pretty much. So not yet, but I do expect it to happen more.
And what are your thoughts on the Global Chess League in general?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting format. You have all these teams with 6 players competing over a little over 1 week. With the best players in the world in the event, I think all the eyes in chess world are on this, and I think certainly for the Indian audience, it's a big deal. You have Vishy Anand, a very famous world champion. You have Arjun as well. I guess Gukesh isn't playing, but still many top Indian players. So I think you have this combination of the icons, but also a lot of the new players from the younger generation. So it's going to be exciting. It's a good mix.
And Hikaru Nakamura will be in action next with the American Gambits against the Triveni Continental Kings. Now, so far, Yavanka, he's played 2 games. It's been 2 draws for him, and as he said, it's a long tournament to go. He's ready to come back, and you were taking that interview. What were the insights there? Did you feel that he's confident about his event, how he can actually lead his team as an icon?
Yeah, he's always confident. Let's get that out of the way. No, I mean, he was saying that he was enjoying London, he was enjoying being part of this team, and certainly I think the team are just kind of finding their stride together. They're getting motivated, and as he says, when the stakes get higher, that's when the team really starts to connect.
Yeah, now to be the best in the chess world, he's world number 2 right now. You have to have so many qualities working for you. If you had to point out to one quality of Hikaru Nakamura that makes him such a beast, David, what would it be?
Oh, you can't limit me to one, Tanya. He's so good in so many ways. I'm going to say his love of chess. He literally streams for 6-7 hours every single day. And you don't get to do that unless you're really in love with the game. And he's evolved as well. Over the years, he's become... Well, he was started as a very attacking player. He's become really all-rounded, really universal now. So I know I said more than one thing. Sorry.
You're allowed. Now, that's really interesting to me because his chess looks like it's gone on another level since he started streaming as well. His contribution, his impact to the chess world goes beyond what he creates on the chessboard. Do you think having this streaming and becoming the greatest chess streamer, it sort of has taken off the pressure off him to see the kind of chess he's producing now?
100%, Tanya. I think maybe his Achilles heel, Hikaru, in the past was in the biggest matches against the likes of Magnus. He would be a bit timid, a bit afraid. He wouldn't take the risks that we see him taking now. But the streaming career, the success he's had with that, definitely taking the pressure off. We see him cool, chilled out, calm at the board.
I can just piggyback on that. You know, he's completely happy. He's found his corner of the internet where he is in his element. And that really impacts on the chess because there he can just relax. And that's exactly the mindset you need. Cool, calm, and relaxed.
Well, they're going to be up against the Triveni Continental Kings. You got a huge matchup coming up on the icon board. Now Hikaru will be playing against Alireza Firouzja. Firouzja has just taken down the world number 1. What's going on in his mind for this matchup, Yavanka?
Well, you know, these players are very pragmatic. They are the world's best for a reason. I don't think he will be thinking too much about yesterday's day. Instead, he'll be just focusing on what needs to be done, and that's simply perhaps neutralizing the fiery Firouzja.
The fiery Firouzja, I love it. And one icon who's really been solid on his board, Anish Giri, for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And the boards, the superstar boards, as well as the prodigy board, have been unstoppable in that one. Let's bring up our leaderboard before we go deep dive into the rest of the action that we've coming up. just in a few moments, and this is where we stand. 12 match points, 4 matches played, 4 out of 4. That's 100% score by the Knights. We haven't seen that at the league. And then look at those game points. You know, this is what is so impressive about the Knights, David. It's not just winning, but it's winning with huge margins.
It's winning with huge margins. It's winning in a variety of different ways. They've crushed opponents. They've ridden their luck in others. They're getting the job done, but they just have these nerves of steel. When the clocks tick down, they still are able to show off their A game. But it's a long, long tournament, and even finishing at the top of the leaderboard won't be enough. There will be a knockout phase, a final at the very end of the week.
Now, let's remind everyone, the goal for the teams right now is to finish at the top 2, to get into the GCL finals, and then that will be a whole different tournament. Right now, if we were on that stage, it would be the top 2 teams who'd make it. Now, I look a little lower down. We've got the American Gambits at the 5th spot. Ganges Grandmasters yet to score. Still a lot of games remaining, but 0 out of 3 matches, that's got to not be good for their mindset, Yavanka.
Yeah, and today's match was absolutely painful, as you mentioned, because they lost the match right there in those final minutes, and just as I predicted, just to get bragging rights in.
Great predictions by Yavanka, and I'm predicting some great chess coming up because we've got huge matchups lined for all of you. Let's take a look at the order of play for the day ahead. As we see the Alaskan Knights winning with a 12-3 margin against the Ganges Grandmasters. Up next, we've got the American Gambits taking on the Triveni Continental Kings. Later, the Mumba Masters against Magnus Carlsen's Alpine SG Pipers. And then the Triveni Continental Kings versus the Ganges Grandmasters. The Grandmasters have got one more match at the end of the day. They really need to get that victory in. More than the scoreboard, it's just about getting that team confidence, which is so important in such events, David.
Yeah, confidence is everything. We've seen it play a role in all phases of the game. The Ganges Grandmasters as well. You mentioned the points. At some point, they will have to get on the scoreboard. Otherwise, it's a real mountain to climb. And they might need to start winning the rest of their matches to even have a chance at this point.
Now, while the Ganges Grandmasters are on 6th place, on 5th place, we've got the Gambits. They're coming up next. Let's take a look at the lineup as they face the Triveni Continental Kings. A huge match for both these teams trying to climb up the leaderboard. And there we've got the icons Hikaru Nakamura versus Ali Reza Firouzja. Top to bottom stacked teams for both. A big one coming up, almost a must win. And we've got a toss coming on to decide which player, which team starts with the colors. And there we've got Grandmaster Ramesh, Grandmaster Leok Wanvali ready for the toss. And it's the American Gambits who win the toss. They've started to... They start with the white pieces, and we've got Katy with the coaches.
American Gambits winning the toss, choosing the white pieces. Do you believe that white pieces is still the advantage for the chess players in this format?
Not really, because it also depends on the players and also their form. And in the last 2 games, I lost the toss and couldn't get to pick the color we wanted to. But anyway, we got the color we initially planned for. And today, luckily, I won the toss. And we had a tough match yesterday. We lost the match in a very convincing way from our opponent's perspective. So we want to have the white pieces that will kind of calm the nerves down for the players.
Right. It is so tough to get ready for the next match because basically players don't know what color they will play. So what is the preparation process before the matches?
Okay, as you mentioned, it's not really easy for the players, and also we don't get sufficient time to practice for either color. And the last 5 rounds will be a very different scenario. We need to prepare just for one color, and we'll have the whole day for the same. In the initial 5 rounds, it's going to be a challenge, but it's the same for the opponent team as well. They are not going to get sufficient time for practice. So it's mostly like how good you are at convincing that you are well prepared, even at times you are not. You just project that impression on your opponent. Maybe that will work.
Well, best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
Triveni Continental Kings lost the toss and got the black pieces. Are you happy with this?
Well, I don't know if I should be happy or if I should be crying, you know. I mean, yesterday we lost the toss, but we won the match. And the day before we won the toss, we lost the match. So you tell me what I should hope for.
What is the mood right now of the players? They are just walking in the playing hall. Are they usually stressed and nervous before the matches, or they are more or less relaxed because it's a team competition and they can support each other?
Well, they're always there's some kind of tension, and that's good, because you need to have tension to perform well. But on the other hand, too much tension is also not so great, But I believe, it's a team match, and everybody wants to take responsibility. And if somebody is losing, feels guilty for the result. So so there's definitely tension, but I believe it's all still moderate.
Well, best of the luck today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck to both the teams. American Gambits headlined by Hikaru Nakamura and Triveni Continental Kings. It's going to be Alireza Firouzja on the icon board. We will be back with the first moves in just a few. Welcome back, everyone. This is the arena. We're all set to go. If you've just joined us, the PBG Alaskan Knights have won their match over the Ganges Grandmasters. And coming up next, we've got the American Gambits taking on the Triveni Continental Kings. And the teams are ready to come out. We will throw it to Katie to welcome the players.
Please help me to welcome in the playing venue American Gambits against Triveni Continental Kings. And here we have the players, American Gambits, led by Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Christoph Duda, Yu Yangi, Bibisara Asolbaeva, Elizabeth Pats, and Jonas Bjerem. Triveni Continental Kings, we have the icon Alireza Firouzja, Baby, Rajabov, Kostyuk Alexandra, Valentina Gunina, and Yarohir Sindarov.
Players not giving away any emotions right now, but they are ready to get locked in and take their place, which means that we are ready to head over to our commentary team of Sagar Shah and James Canty.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for that. And James, we have another amazing matchup on our hands, and I'm especially excited for that top board clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja.
We are excited, of course. American Gambits versus Triveni Continental Kings, and sharp play on that top board there. Of course, they are not going to have any type of quick draws there, I believe. And, of course, at the rest of the board there, or rest of the teams, rest of the players, I mean, it's going to be a lot of aggressive chess, I assume, there. Because, yeah, Wei Yi, aggressive player. Timur Rajabov, aggressive player. Kostenya, you know, it's just all the way down. I mean, we can keep saying this all day, Sagar.
Well, the players have shook hands with each other and the game has begun. We have the Sicilian defense on the board, and all those who are following this broadcast since last few days know that Sicilian is an aggressive opening.
And, of course, looks like we have a, Moscow. It was going to be maybe a knight or Sicilian, but he chooses the Moscow, which kind of avoids a lot of theory here. This bishop b5 check makes play kind of easy and simple, where black, on the other hand, is trying to complicate things. This is why, you know, we've played this Sicilian defense with 1 to c5 to imbalance the game.
Right, and Hikaru brings his bishop backwards. You know, he's trying to keep as many pieces as possible. And look at this way, the strategy of playing. He brought his bishop back, made it slightly passive, then pushed his pawn 1 square forward, kind of locking in that bishop.
Yeah, locks in the bishop there and then moves the knight around, back, moving it backwards. Like, don't try this at home, guys. Even the engine's like, what are you doing? Of course.
Hikaru, what's up? Did you want to play the other knight there?
Right, yeah.
Well, I guess the idea is, James, to push the pawn and maybe make a square for your knight here.
That's exactly what
he
does.
pushes the
F-pawn. The F-pawn. That's exactly what I was thinking there. Move that knight around to push this F-pawn and go F5. Maybe, I mean, is he really feeling G4, G5? You might as well do it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, James, you know Hikaru very well. Yeah, he's your good friend. And
yes.
What would you say about his style? You know, this one, 92, F4. Is he just playing with the mindset of Ali Reza here?
You know what? I actually remember a Magnus type of interview, and he was just talking about, you know, in this day and time, you just want to get a game. And that's what he says a lot. You want to get a game. And how you do that is actually playing things that are sort of unorthodox, not what he's used to seeing, not where you're used to playing out 50 moves of theory. I remember even Anish Giri actually says, like, you know, oh, yeah, move 38, there was a novelty. Like, what does that even mean, right? You know, there's a new move on move 38. Well, first you have to get to move 38, right? So, of course, with that being said, you're just looking for a game, and I think that's exactly what he's doing there.
And we have now the game between Yu Yangyi and Temur Rajabov beginning here. Both of them have struggled a bit in this tournament. Both of them have lost to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So he's like the guy who's beating everyone on board 3.
The Shaq attack.
But Temur Rajabov really needs this point because he's lost both his games. And this is the board where American Gambits would be aiming to strike with Yu Yangyi.
And so far, so good. I mean, lots of theory being played out. Of course, the pieces are developed. This is what you want. You want to get your pieces out and stay active. And that's what's going on with black and white here right now. We're getting our pieces out, trying to figure out our plans and ideas in the next few moves.
Right, I like this way in which Rajabov has played. He's come kind of very focused to this game today. After all, he wants to score for his team right now. And this position, as James mentions, is still in his opening theory. He's just used 15 seconds in order to play 10 moves.
And he's hesitation there. See what he's going to play. He plays H4.
And look at Raja.
H6.
He was ready with his move.
He said, like, yeah, what's up? I'm ready for that one.
Maybe
Next move,
he just worked the entire night and prepared, yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, he stayed up all night preparing, right, of course, with his team. No, H6, he played that very quickly here. He was definitely prepared for the H4 move. H4, very aggressive intentions here.
Right, and now Yu Yangyi thinking this is good news for the Triveni Continental Kings as Rajabov looking confident. Pawn pushes forward to G3, and there we have the next 2 boards. There's a staggered start. We start boards at the gap of 2 minutes. Elizabeth Pates takes on Valentina Gunina, and Jonas Beer takes on Yavokir Sindarov. And what is up with Valentina? She's wearing a cap.
Just wanted to be comfortable. You know, I'll wear the cap. You know, I'm just going to rock the cap there. Maybe actually a team cap as well.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like that. It's actually really cool. Get some merch from them. That's pretty nice there right now. But yeah, another Sicilian defense. Everyone's feeling combative today.
Yeah, that's very exciting. And I think Gunina has come with this intention that I want to just fight. And by the way, that's the mascot of Triveni Continental Kings.
Oh, it's so cute. But then again, it'll crush you, right? You know, you get too close. Oh, it's so cute. And then it eats you alive, right? So, you know, that's exactly what they want you to think.
Ooh, she's going for this Kalashnikov line with E5, where you are just striking the knight in the center. And today, Elizabeth Bates also would love to get back on track because she hasn't had a great event here.
Yes, and in fact, you just want to kind of get over those losses. It happens. You want to score for the team, but if you keep thinking about the past and the losses, you aren't going to be able to perform for the team. So, you know, Elizabeth is just looking to strike here, and even holding off by even making a draw for the team.
Right, and by the way, we have Wei here and Duda, two very experienced players at the top level, and we saw a Catalan opening on this board, and we had something which is not very common.
Oh, man.
This is actually not at all common, I feel. It's a very fresh position where Wei seems to be already doing quite well out of the opening.
Yeah, in fact, the Catalan is one that I actually thought was, you know, I started like studying just to look at it. You know, you want to look at different openings. And I remember actually thinking how boring the Catalan actually was until you start realizing you can play it different ways, many ways from both sides. You can play it aggressively. You can play it very solid and positionally, as you may think a Catalan usually is. But Wei Yi, with his style of play, is actually creating some chances already with a big center. Very nice for his pieces. But that knight on F5 is pretty annoying, and I really don't want to give up my strong bishop on C8 for this strong knight on F5.
Yeah,
Not
it has
yet.
to be seen whether this knight will turn into a strength or a weakness. We are still in the early days of this game, but Wei and Duda will be the game to watch out for. Meanwhile, we see that there is 4 points for every black win, 3 points for a white win, and we also have a trivia on our screen. Did you know this?
You know what? I actually did know this recently. I actually wrote a children's chess book, so I had to do some history in there, and that was actually one of the things I was like, oh, 20 hours, 269 moves. That one I actually knew. A lot of chess trivia I don't know, in fact, but that one I did know.
Well, 20 hours,
is a long time.
269 moves. That's
yeah.
like playing for a day.
In fact, yeah, I'll probably resign after 10 hours. I'm like, listen, man, I don't want to do this. I have stuff to do, so you can have it, bro. You can have it.
Right, and there we see Wei Yi also developing his knight.
Nice development. You know, get the pieces off the back rank. You do need to actually develop your pieces. Obviously, this is the first part of the game, is get the pieces off the back rank, but now figuring out what to do is a question. Look at the knights. These knights actually very strong on D5 and F5. We got to get rid of one of these knights ASAP.
He puts the knight in the center of the board, and here we are on the icon board, on the junior board, the prodigy board, and we already are seeing that the queens are going to be exchanged here. James, a very unusual opening here that we had.
Let's check and see what that opening actually was, in fact.
Yeah, we also had the Sicilian on this board, and
B3, so
B3
whoa,
and G3, and Jonas is like, I'm ready to play something totally unconventional here. This move, look at this, bishop pops out from the corner of the board trying to trade.
Trying to trade and trying to really create some problems, as he's doing so far. Knight to C3, and a very strange Sicilian here. But, of course, what you're looking for, again, seems like they just want fresh positions, and it seems like they're getting that on all boards. I actually there might have been a team strategy, as we're seeing nothing has been like, oh, this is straight from the book, except maybe the what game was that? There was one game, Yu Yangate, with Timur Rajabov. That seemed sort of easy theory that is actually played many times. On the other boards, though, seems like very fresh positions.
Right, and going now to the main battle of today on the icon board, we have Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. And James, I must take you through the game. We left it off when Hikaru had pushed his f-pawn, and we were already surprised. We were like, ooh, Hikaru is playing something new. But then Alireza Firouzja played something totally offbeat.
Yeah, in fact, and one thing about Hikaru, especially in faster time controls, he's just going to play anything and everything. In fact, even in slow time controls, as we've seen him just play different things over. He's having fun is what he's saying. So, and it seems like he's doing that here, trying to get a fresh position, which he's gotten. This is you would never think that this came from, maybe it did, maybe you would think it came from a Sicilian, some type of Grand Prix type of Sicilian, though, instead of an open Sicilian, as it kind of started as here, Moscow.
He long castles.
Whoa, long castle.
He long castles here.
You know what's going to happen, Sagar? Guess what?
What's going to happen?
This is going to be decisive. When you castle on both sides of the board like this, someone's going to win.
Yeah, it's like, the white king looks pretty safe here. The black king already looks a little bit unsafe because of the overextended pawns in front of it. But Firouzja is confident about his possibilities here.
It seems like Hikaru put the pieces on the other side. It's like where the pieces are all on the king side and the king is on the other side of the board. In fact, black's king, it's kind of funny. In h5, and it feels like black may be actually closer to striking first. Even knight g4 is coming to mind here.
Right. Oh, that would be a very strong move. The knight jumping here, and you can look at the win probability bar there. It says 58% chances to Firouzja.
Yeah, that's I mean, obviously it's practical. You still have the practical aspect here, but feels like white's pieces just aren't as good. I mean, the knight on e2 doesn't have many squares. You want your pieces to have squares and possibilities of squares, and it doesn't seem like white has many of that for the knights, at least. It does take some time. You can try to create some things, but we have to get some squares for our pieces, which means we may need to make some trades like e takes d5, maybe open up the game a little bit.
Yeah, maybe Hikaru has to trade there, but already in this tournament, it's just been 2 rounds. He's drawn 2 of them. But Firouzja, I feel, already feels comfortable here in London after beating Magnus Carlsen. That he must be feeling this is the tournament where I'm going to strike.
It doesn't matter how I would say. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. If I beat Hikaru with a king and pawn and he has, all of his pieces, 3 queens on the board, guess what? I won the game. It doesn't matter. I flagged him. I won, right? So, of course, tell you how's he get it? Doesn't matter. But I won the game. So, of course, you can definitely feel good here if I am Firouzja here, trying to continue my streak here and really score for my team. And very good possibilities in this game. Really chances for both sides for sure.
Right. This game, I think we can leave it at saying that it's a very complex position with chances for both sides, but tending slightly towards Alireza Firouzja. Moving on, we go to the next board. We are at Jan Krzysztof Duda and Wei Yi. And we were saying that actually this has been a good opening for Wei Yi. But things have moved a bit. Things have started to get quite good for Duda.
Oh, yeah, I actually like how that position looks on for Duda here. I mean, you definitely have the b4 possibility available to me right now. But maybe fianchettoing the bishop and trying to chip at the pawn structure in the center of the board by playing pawn to e3. You also have, I think he's thinking about, well, maybe I want to put my bishop on g5. So he's trying to figure out, where do I want to put the bishop? And that's a very good question, very good time to think. And these players are so strong in understanding when I need to think and how to use my time effectively. Maybe I go pawn e3 right now. Lots of possibilities.
A lot of possibilities here. And I must tell the viewers that Duda is one of Poland's top players, the absolute best in their country. And he has played at the candidates. He's an amazing champion. Meanwhile, Wei Yi from China is the top-rated player in his country. He was the youngest ever to cross 2,700. He did so at the age of 15. So very, very big clash of talents here.
Very, very strong players here, of course, as, all it takes sometimes is that small little edge, even a small little initiative, which means time and activity. I got the time, I have the active pieces to really tip the ladder here and immediately give someone some chances. And it feels like right now, yes, of course, the engine says equal, but if we look at the pieces and the quality of them, feels like white is definitely on the verge of making something happen here.
Right. Looks like a good position for white here. Meanwhile, we have some massive movements, it seems, on the next board. James, Yu Yangyi versus Temur Rajabov. The last move that Rajabov has moved with his king seems to have led to some possibilities for his opponent.
There was actually a capture of knights there on e7, but with the king on h7, it usually signifies, especially in these type of situations, I think this was some sort of close to Sveshnikov-ish positions, Sicilians, f5, f5 is an impossibility, playing very sharp here. And, of course, Rajabov, being a King's Indian player and a very sharp player as well, he likes to play aggressive chess. F5 followed by F4 is definitely a possibility. But first, we got to do something about our queen.
The queen is being attacked, and what Yu Yangi is essentially saying to Rajabov is that, yes, you can attack here, but meanwhile, I'm going to try and attack your pawn here on A5. The last move, perhaps not the best. He could have moved his queen and gotten the rook to attack here, but it's still a very interesting position. And if you play here, the problem, James, is that after I take, rook takes, the king starts, you put your king there, it could become a problem.
Yes, especially with that bishop coming down to e4, which is a very nice move from bishop to d5, swinging over to e4, preempting that f5 push now. So I'm going to have to take with the bishop. But speaking of bishop, I mean, that bishop on e7 is a pretty gross piece. You're going to have to figure out how to make that piece better, or else we're just going to have a very tough game.
Right, so another tough position for Timur Rajabov. And let's turn our attention to board number 5 between Elizabeth Pates and Valentina Gunina. My goodness, there are so many pieces right in the center, James. My head is spinning here.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces. And, of course, the knights in the center of the board are always usually the best placement for them, as they have 8 squares from the center of the board. This is why they say knight on the rim is dim. Don't put your knight on the edge of the board unless you have a very good reason, because it cuts off literally half of the squares. So having these knights in the center, there's like 8 squares plus 8 squares, plus he can go to 8 squares, plus that one can go to 8 squares. So there's a lot of calculating here and a lot of things going on with all of these knights in the center of the board.
Yeah, I'm just making these arrows to show you the number of possibilities that exist in this position, which is what is making Elizabeth Pates take her time, but she needs to be quick. She's down to 11 minutes on her clock.
She
while
just glanced,
Gunina
too.
has 16 minutes.
Yeah, oh, wow, Gunina is locked in. 16 minutes. It feels like we have increment almost. She's just moving so fast. But
she takes.
Yeah.
She takes the knight,
gets
and
rid of one.
perhaps that's not the best decision, because you give up one of your bishops, and after rook takes here, black seems to be doing already quite well.
Yeah, there's also a b5 possibility now. Of course, in using the c file in the Sicilian defense, which I think this was a Sicilian, there is lots of possibilities on the C file. So if we're able to, take the C file, keep the C file, and then put pressure on the C file, we have great chances ourselves. Now, the D4 square and the D5 squares are very crucial here. In fact, we can kick away the knight on D4 by playing pawn to C3 at some point, where black can't do the same. So due to our very nice outpost on D5.
Right. Let's go to board number 4 here between Bibisara Asaubaeva and Alexandra Koschenyuk here. This one looks like a position filled with a lot of imbalances between two very strong speed chess players. Bibisara, you can see her sitting very eager and calculating her moves. There must be some possibilities in this position. Look at the open G file, James. The rook is bearing down the white king's neck.
Oh, yes. This is a very, very strong and aggressive position. Koschenyuk loves these type of positions here. He's a very aggressive player, always looking for chances and tactics. And, of course, with the G file open here, we can already smell a double of the rooks on the G file with a rook to G6, followed by doubling and bringing the other rook as well. And, Sagar, why can't we play the G3 move here?
Oh, that's a great question. Maybe the viewers back home can just think about it. It is a very interesting concept of pin that James is pointing to. Look at this pawn. It cannot move because it's pinned. And so, boom, James, that's a great question there.
Yikes, that's going to hurt, and that's going to be points immediately. So she moves the king to F1, moving out of the way, and have a nice day. Yeah, question mark.
And it's not the greatest of ideas, but look at this, James. Here's another tactic. Push the pawn, and if white takes, I want you and the viewers to think, what's the move here?
Queen F2! Oh, wait. No, don't do that, guys. That's not the move at all.
Look at this. Because you moved your king here, all of a sudden, these two are in one diagonal. Which means that the bishop can pop out here.
There it is.
And this is big problems.
Yeah, there's a lot of good moves here for Black here. Black just has a very good position. What was the opening choice?
Yeah, the opening that was played here was the English opening, the symmetrical English, and I think Kostenyuk managed to get a very, very safe position. Right now, she's made a committal decision of giving up her bishop for her opponent's bishop, like it's a trade, and now the pawn pushes forward. So Black doing very well here.
Yes, Black has a very good position here, but of course it is still, equal practically. Lots of chess to be played. Lots of positions. I mean, d6 is a weak pawn as well, but Black is trying to push for more.
Right, and it's time for us to go to the big clash on the top board and look at the amount of developments we have here. But one thing has been stable. Alireza Firouzja is still doing well. He's doing well on the board, also on the clock. He has 11 minutes 30 seconds. Hikaru has 8 minutes 24 seconds.
Yeah, in fact, and it looks like queens have been traded, so that actually helps a lot in the situation of White attacking Black and Black attacking White, which feels like Black had even a stronger, faster attack in that sense. So, okay, yeah, we did look or actually predict more of a decisive result, but it's looking sort of a little bit more peaceful here. But it definitely is a lot of chances left, as the F-file has double pawns on F6 and F7. But White's king seems to be a little bit worse than Black's king as well. But there is a lot of chess left in this game here, but wouldn't be surprised if this one actually ended peacefully as well.
But James, Black is a pawn up right now. So although the pawns are doubled, as you rightly pointed out, there's still Hikaru, by the way, trades, and look at this. The bishop has kind of locked up the rook over here. So although the rook is active, it can get trapped.
And very nice calculations very quickly as they blitz out the moves here. Hikaru's idea is actually bishop takes g4 next, and that's the only thing defending the f6 pawn. As you mentioned, he is down a pawn, but we're going to grab that pawn quite quickly if it's not defended with a move like maybe rook h6 next.
Right, and Alireza is actually thinking about what is the best way to milk his advantage here, because one thing he can definitely do is go knight here and fork these two pieces.
Ooh,
he can
also
nice. Decide to trade off this active rook by putting his rook here. There are a lot of possibilities here for Black.
Maybe the knight e3 option. Definitely get rid of the bishop on d1 and then try to figure out what to do next after that.
Right, and also, James, look at this. If I put my rook here, and you take,
take,
and I take,
then
you take here,
take.
And if you go and get greedy to chop this pawn, my rook simply jumps in, takes this.
More takes.
And then these pawns are weak, and I'll have a very big advantage.
That is crazy, because rook a6 is a check. Like, how hard that is as a human to just give that pawn up and then go give rook to f6 to go attack the other pawn.
Yeah, you try to attack this, I take here, maybe, or I just try to save this and then take here. Eventually, I'm banking on these pawns to queen.
Wow, and that's about piece activity, even though White is active too, but the knight on the edge seems like he's playing.
Is the problem piece.
The knight on the rim is him.
Big problem there. So back to where we are right now. Hikaru is thinking, but it's Alireza's move, and look at the win probability there, 77% to Alireza Firouzja. He's actually turning into the big hitting player for his team.
That is quite huge, 77%. Now, of course, practically, there is a lot of chess left and lots of mistakes that can happen as time gets lower. But, I mean, they're deep into the game with 9 minutes on the clock for both.
And while Alireza is pushing for the Triveni Continental Kings, it's Wei Yi who already has a decisive advantage for his team. Things went completely wrong for Duda.
He had a great position.
He had amazing position, actually. He brought his bishop here, Wei Yi. Duda made this big error. He needed to just move his rook away. But in fact, he brought his bishop, and here is where things went completely wrong, James. Pawn pushed forward.
Oh my goodness. What a move. That is insane.
Here, and there is an intermezzo that was missed, an in-between move, because he thought he would take the bishop, but not really. The pawn pushed forward.
Wow.
And then knight takes bishop, and it is all over. Look at these pawns. They are so advanced.
One thing about Wei Yi is he is a very aggressive player, and if you give him one shot at some type of tactics, he finds it, and you can see Duda with the head shake there, not happy, the smirk in the eyebrow. eyebrows go up. He is not happy with this position.
Yeah, this match is going in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings. The American Gambits need to strike on boards 3, 4, 5 and 6 because the first 2 boards are already big trouble.
Yeah, in fact, he's like, is this completely lost? Usually, this is a face that we've seen from Duda as he plays in high-level tournaments all the time. Usually, this is very bad when you see Duda in this type of facial expressions and body language as well. So this may already be lost in his eyes.
Absolutely. This pawn combined with the knight and the bishop, the queen ready to enter here, the rooks also joining in. This is looking terrible for Duda. Wei is not going to let this position go.
Yeah, this is tough. The question is, do we even take on f3, which, I mean, you kind of have to with pawn f2 check coming. So you would love to do anything else but defend this position this way. Knight takes f3 might be responded with a queen to f6. Attacking the knight and attacking the rook in the corner. I mean, remember development. Look at, or lack of here for white, as the bishop is disconnecting both of the rooks on d1 and a1. Which is not a fun position to be in right now.
This is terrible. And I think while we've been talking here, Alireza Firouzja has made his decision on the icon board. The move that he played is the one which we were talking about, I think, James. He did play.
Rook e8? He traded the rooks?
No, he played the move that knight e3.
Knight e3, correct.
Yes. There you see, by the way, both the players thinking he jumped in with his knight, traded here, and then the rook came in. They again traded. The rook tried to pin the bishop, but the king is coming in, and slowly and steadily, black is trying to grind here.
Yeah, this is just a worse position. My knight is so bad. Like, sometimes what you want to do is just pick up the piece and put it on a square that you would like to put it on.
But
and that would be the f4 square. f4 is the only square, but it's going to take a while.
Oh, but he can do that.
It is
Why
possible.
not?
It is possible.
Why not?
Yeah, it might be the only thing to do.
I love it how, James, you found the square for your knight because it cannot be disturbed from here. Imagine the knight goes here, and goes here. If that is done, maybe then white is doing okay.
Absolutely. There's a book called Grandmaster Preparation Positional Play by Jacob Agard. Very nice book. And the third question in that book is, what is my worst placed piece? And that is the knight. That knight is very terrible. So you have to figure out, where do I put it? That's going to be on f4, if possible.
Yes, but meanwhile, you know what Alireza is thinking about? He wants to push his pawn here, weaken some of the pawns, bring his king in, or use the pawn to attack here. So already black has lot of ideas on that queen side majority that he has, or you can say the more space that he has on the queen side.
And the problem is the knight move is just a slow piece. It takes 3 moves. Actually, so not 1, 2, 3. Yeah, well, 3 moves to get to f4. So, you know, doing that is going to allow this nice plan of c4 with the bishop being such a nasty anchor where it is. And you may have to give up a pawn to try to actually create some counterplay, for instance. Very deep line, but after pushing the pawn and maybe a trade, hoping that he takes on b3 at some point, that's going to be a deeper line. And our idea would be to put the rook on b1, give up a pawn on a4, and take on b4. A lot of moves there, a lot of stuff, but it is possible. And we have to do something here. Sitting and waiting is probably one of the worst things to do in chess.
Ooh,
Whoa, what do we have over here?
The arbiter is standing at board number 3, and he's looking at the screen and saying, was there a 3-fold repetition here?
Seems like it. Let's go check and see what that was.
Well, they have agreed to a draw here on board number 3, and the first points here for Rajabov in this tournament. And yes, it was 3-fold repetition. But anyway, they played 48 moves, James. They played a lot of moves in
48 moves?
Yes.
What? Yeah, I think they were just blitzing everything out. That's insane.
So 1-1 is the score now, and we head over to board number 2.
Oh, wow.
Where Wei Yi has just made the move you were talking about. The queen moved in here, looking at the rook, but more prominently threatening to make a queen.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, making a queen and then taking the rook on a1. Well, he made a move, bishop d2.
He played his bishop forward. And is there any chance here for Duda? He's a fighter. He never gives up.
Oh my goodness, check this move. Is it possible? Oh no, he has rook takes d6. I was looking, tactic senses are tingling, so I wanted to go knight h2. Knight takes h2.
That's such a cool move.
That's a very cool idea.
King takes, you can simply chop this off.
But is there a rook takes d6 is the question.
Yes,
Can he take the
exactly.
bishop?
That's the point. You take the bishop.
Oh, but I queen anyway.
Take here.
Oh,
You make a queen.
This is a really crazy line, right? Takes. Takes.
Takes,
What is this?
takes, and maybe White surviving here.
Surviving, right.
Somehow surviving.
Somehow
Beautiful analysis
surviving.
there by James.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so Wei can go wrong here, and Duda will be hoping for that. Because as of now, the Triveni Continental Kings are doing just about everything right in this match. Firouzja putting pressure on Hikaru. Wei putting pressure on Yensistoff Duda. A draw by Rajabo, who hadn't scored until now, so first points for him. Koschenyuk is slightly better against Bibisara, and the remaining games are also around even.
Very strong performance here from the Triveni Continental Kings. Trying to take down the American Gambits here, and it is possible. Of course, you have that draw on board 3 there, but lots of chess left, especially in the last round when we saw the PBG Alaskan Knights about to go down, but that did not happen at all. In fact, it was a complete flip of the script.
Right, and there you can see Duda is quite unhappy with his position. He's like, get this over with, do something.
Make a move, bro. Move somewhere, bro. Anywhere. Just do something.
I don't like this fact that you can do anything to me. You can take this pawn, you can move your bishop.
Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe Duda might be able to survive here, because for now, Wei doesn't see a direct way to win.
In fact, and you know, because Duda, because he hasn't moved immediately, it does actually give you a little bit more confidence of like, oh, you don't know. It's just, if you didn't move fast, you don't see it yet. Okay, cool. Maybe I'm okay. I'm surviving. I'm not done yet.
Right, and there you see Duda not even looking at the board. His eyes are fixed on the boards of his teammates. Wei about to move. He plays the very calm move, bishop moving away. And I think his idea is simply to bring the rook into the game and say that my pieces are much better than yours.
That is correct. In fact, sometimes it's just the small positional subtle moves like this that seal the deal. And it's kind of annoying because you're like, wow, that's a great move. I really don't have anything. I'm still losing, in fact. But you do have to try to create your chances and hope in hopes of your opponent making some type of blunder later.
Right. Let's go very quickly and check what's happening on the Prodigy board, because that's something where we can just have a look and then come back to our icon boards. Jonas Bier is trying to put some pressure on Javokir Sindarov here, so that's good news for the American Gambits. Some pressure somewhere, James, is what American Gambits need.
Very good. In fact, some pressure, and also pressure on the clock as well. Lots of pressure on the clock. So he's up that time, which is very, very good here. In fact, we consider it even, you know, as big as a piece here on the board. In fact, because the clock is such a crucial part of this format here, especially having no increment as well. So it's very important to have some time on the clock, and also even being able to pressure in the position, as Jonas is trying to do here against the isolated pawn on d5.
Right, and they're now heading back to our big matchup here. Will Hikaru Nakamura be able to hold Alireza Firouzja? The time situation doesn't look pretty. He has 2 minutes 55 seconds. Alireza has 4 minutes 28, and the position is just so good for Alireza. And look at that last move that was played by Firouzja. He has gotten rid of his doubled pawns, James.
That's going to be a very nice addition to his position here. I mean, one thing in an in-game is looking for piece activity. And in particular, definitely the king. Getting the king active, getting all your pieces active. Not to mention Hikaru, yes, he's very quick on the clock, and we know he's a speed demon. But he also is having time issues in this game as well. He's down basically 2 minutes on the clock here. Position isn't the greatest. Everything's going in Alireza's favor.
Right, and you can see Hikaru's expressions. He's shaking his head. He's unhappy. He needs to make a move. He takes the bishop.
Takes the bishop instead. Pawn takes. He did not like pawn takes, king takes, and maybe we saw a king f2 there. But he didn't want to go for this line. In fact, he says, I have better chances trying to salvage by getting rid of this bishop.
And, you know, Alireza has, both the moves are so good. Look at him entering with his king here.
Oh, my
James,
goodness.
this king
might be GG, guys.
is going to simply chop off all these pawns. Hikaru Nakamura is staring at defeat here.
In fact, did you know that the king is the strongest piece on the board? They're like, win only in the end game. In the end game.
Oh, look.
What a move.
My God. Hikaru is saying basically to Alireza, if you trade the rooks, it's me who's actually winning here with my outside pawn.
Wow.
So Firouzja has to take the pawn here with his rook. He mustn't take.
Don't
yes,
be hasty.
of course
And
he takes
he
it.
goes for it. Wow. And Hikaru moving very quickly here. Very quickly. He has
That's
no
what
time
has
really.
Take, and king moves in. James, what do you think is Black's next plan here? Because Hikaru is going to sit here, defend everything. How does Black break through?
That's a good question. This is like Devereski page 725. No, in fact, there is not on the 725 pages, but it is in one of the three rook in-game chapters here. Well, Black just plays a nice move, f5 here, which he pushes the pawn and just saying, hey, you know, you move this rook, your rook is actually tied down to the second rank. And if you move it off the second rank, then I'm going to really gobble up the pawns there and win the rest of the game. So we're going to push our pawns.
Beautiful move. He just cannot take this because once the rook enters, this falls, a check is coming in. So Hikaru essentially has to wait. But you know what, James? If you wait here, I will nonetheless push my pawn forward.
Anyway, and it is mate threats A5, but then maybe a C4, even D4, really anything for is going to be good here.
Just push the pawn.
Yeah,
Why
F3.
not?
Oh, man, even
Look at
better.
this. If you take here
Oh
with
my
the pawn,
goodness.
then my rook comes in and you're going to lose this pawn.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And I think Alireza might go, oh, he's going for your move, D4 first.
Anything 4 and anything 3. F3 was a beautiful move as well. D4 is really nice here. It's a zugzwang or zugged out, as I like to say here. Zugzwang, very strong game here and nice in game as Black's pieces are just better in the end game.
And he has only 1 minute and 10 seconds left here. Alireza Firouzja has 4 minutes on the clock, and this is the perfect moment to push your pawn forward. Hikaru knows that the writing is on the wall. This is game over.
F3 might actually give some chances after pawn takes.
Yes.
He plays it, takes.
He plays it.
If rook
Let's
takes,
see.
there's rook E5, rook F1, and king
No,
E2.
but James, we need to give this check. And then
Yes.
when you take it, I take, king takes, and this is exactly what Alireza is calculating. Move in,
Check,
take here,
take,
here. I take your pawn, you push it forward, and here is the beautiful move. I can push my pawn, but I can also do it.
He goes
safely.
for it, it's on the
plays it.
board.
He plays it.
In
check.
game.
Takes.
In game.
Oh, the calculation is right.
Oh, there it is. And the resignation.
What a move.
Oh, my goodness. And Hikaru storms away there.
Just moves
Understood. Wow. Alireza playing out of his mind here, able to beat Magnus and also Hikaru here.
They call him the
Oh, my
Crown
goodness.
Prince Alireza for a reason.
Wow. For the Sriveni Continental Kings.
What a guy.
Alireza Firouzja.
What a guy. Let's move on to board number 2. Is Triveni Continental Kings going to make it 2-0 on the first 2 boards? Is Duda going to survive this or not? What's your thoughts here?
Let's see the curse. I like to always look at the clock. Oh, yeah. And when we see the clock, he's under a minute. Now, of course, we've seen crazy things happen, especially in the Duda Nordebet game. But having 40 seconds is not going to help here. You do not have a lot of moves. You need to move quickly. And you're a pawn up, yeah.
As Black.
Correct.
And Wei just puts his rook down the board, brings it here. Well, some hope there for Duda. He is a fighter.
That is correct. His username is Polish Fighter on chess.com. A very strong player here. There are some tricky... Knights are super tricky, so there are some chances for White to maybe try to set up some type of weird mating nets. You may need to get this pawn, this G-pawn up a little bit further to try to create some type of mating nets here and give yourself some chances.
Well, somehow Wei has lost a majority of his advantage, but the A4 pawn is weak and it's still good enough. He's going after his B pawn here, but you can take it with the knight, and the knight defends the pawn. So this is looking good. This is looking quite good for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Okay, there are some weird mating ideas. Knight E7 check. He takes the pawn on B6 instead. Takes check. And yeah, looking good for
2 extra pawns. This is quite good. And also Duda down to last 13 seconds. I don't think he'll be able to survive on the clock as well. Wei making it work for his team there.
Yeah, G5. Tricky. Oh, there's no mate. There's no mate.
Just take it with the king.
Yeah, you just take it with the king. You just take it with the king.
With the king.
He takes it with the pawn.
That's fine.
Anything works, though. He's able to run away. King H4 to G3.
Yeah. And now Duda down to last 3 seconds on the clock. Wei Yi has still a massive minute.
Now play G4 here. Don't play G4, guys. Pawn G4 would blunder. Checkmate in 1.
Was a mate, but he played the best move, and Duda resigns 2-0 for Triveni Continental Kings here. Victory for Alireza Firouzja, victory for Wei Yi. And where's the point coming in for the American Gambits? In fact, on board number 4 as well, Alexandra Koschenyuk is winning her game against Bibisara. This game actually swung back and forth so many times. It was better for Bibisara a few moves ago, but now it's completely lost. The king is too weak.
Oh my goodness, we have to see. Yeah, you can see the king has no shelter and lots of dark squares. Weaknesses, the pieces being all on dark squares, and I have a dark square bishop. What a move.
Oh, what a move here. If you take, then you're going to lose the rook.
It happens. It's already on the board.
Loses the rook. Queen comes in. This is winning for Koschenyuk.
100% king F1.
And the third win for Triveni Continental Kings coming in, which means...
Oh, that's a resignation. There's nothing. You don't even have a check idea. I don't even have a check idea. Queenie 1 I can take, and maybe... I can also go Queenie 2, but tricky. Very tricky. Nice move here. Yeah, Queenie 2 is possible.
Takes, and this is totally winning here. Check.
Takes.
And brings her king in. Koschenyuk knows this. She can win this even if you wake her up in the middle of the night. She will do this. Completely winning.
Blindfolded, of course, here. Very good game.
Yeah, this is done, and which means that the Triveni Continental Kings will win this match. Wow. Victory there. Amazing.
3 wins with the black pieces. That's usually what it takes to win any kind of match.
Right, and we have only one game going on the final board, but let's have a look at what happened on board number 5 between Elizabeth Pates and Valentina Gunina. A pawn up for black, but there was no way to break through, so a draw was agreed. And now moving into the final board that's going on, the Prodigy board. But James, the score is a massive 14-2 in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing that the American Gambits can do about this round here. But we can still try to obviously score for the match points and etc. So we're going to still fight and not drop this game. But he got to move a little bit quicker here. In fact, Jonas is actually a little bit lower on time. Obviously, they are around the same, just under a minute almost for both.
This might become a very intense game because the position is equal, the time is almost even. Anything can happen.
You know what's funny, actually? Last year, this was the game that won these two right here.
Absolutely.
And in
you
fact,
are right.
Yeah. In fact, Sindarov was actually winning. I think he was up a pawn or something and blundered a mate in 1. It was a crazy game with the similar type of pieces. Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
I hope Sindarov is careful today.
Yeah, right. Sindarov had a great position here, but this seems like this is very reminiscent of last year. This could definitely happen if we get a pawn to A5 and knight goes to C8. There's going to be checkmate.
And then the knight comes back and mate. It would be such
It would be the same mate.
mate.
Unbelievable. That is crazy.
Oh my god, that would be a massive deja vu.
So did he just hang the pawn there? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. He's
maybe
going for the knight
C8. Will take a draw here, you know.
Yeah,
He'll be like, let's not. I don't want those nightmares again.
Exactly, nightmare with a K.
Yeah.
There it is, and they got out of
there. And the scoreline reads 15-3. A victory for the Triveni Continental Kings. No defeats, 3 draws, and 3 wins with black pieces. What decisive wins. I think both the matches we've seen today have been completely one-sided in terms of the scoreline.
Oh man, in fact, everyone's coming to play here. Everyone's kind of warmed up now. You know, the jitters are out. People are playing for the teams, understanding anything can happen. Time's getting low. Of course, the format with you being able to flag them around a time. There's a lot of things going on. Crazy matches.
And I love how they both are analyzing here. There's no hard feelings between them, even though, you know, the entire championship was won or lost because of both of them here sitting. But 1 year later, they are friends. They're enjoying this chat between themselves.
Absolutely. It's very good to see as they're just trying to get better at chess. That's what it's about here. And, of course, us watching. And you watching at home, too, as well. It's about getting better at chess, 100%.
Right, and there we have such a nice moment. The entire arena is empty. Just the two players sitting there. The crowd being able to witness two future world-class players having this analysis session.
Very awesome. Great match as well.
Yeah, and there you can see Javokir Sindarov gets up, and then he's going to be very happy today because his team has just won a very big match. After that first loss for Triveni Continental Kings, they have played two dominating matches, James.
In fact, it was a story of last year, too, as well. They started actually all the way at the bottom, but were able to make it all the way to the finals and win.
And did you see Firuza coming in? I guess he's going to be the player of the match.
Yeah, he definitely just walking in, feeling good for the match and the players and my team. It's a good day as we see the players go back to the dugout there.
And let's see what the mood is like inside, because there we have Sindarov going in for his team, Triveni Continental Kings. But there's the American Gambits, very, very poignant. But yeah, much more happy mood there for Temur Rajabov. Happy team, Triveni Continental Kings.
Definitely a happy team. There's always one happy team and the other team that is just not happy at all. But that's okay. Still lots of chess left, lots of matches, and really anything can happen. But you got to start winning.
Yeah, Alireza Firuza there at the top doing the job for Triveni Continental Kings. Wei also just striking when it was needed. And it's time for us to head down to Tanya, who's at the playing venue.
Triveni Continental Kings started with the black pieces, but it was a total whitewash as they won 4 games on the icon board. Alireza Firuza coming on top. And then we had a big score with Wei taking down Duda. He's already won a match against Pragnananda. What a performance there, and Kostanui getting the 3rd win. David, what worked so well for the Kings against the Gambits today?
Again, it was that counter-attack. The black pieces, they were able to sit, wait for their chances, and yeah, those winning players. I'm going to say Alireza Firuza especially. Just so smooth, so impressive.
Alireza Firuza takes down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, and then he takes down the world #2 Hikaru Nakamura. He is on fire, and we will dig deeper into all the action that we just saw. We'll be right back after this short break. You stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Triveni Continental Kings with a big win over the American Gambits. And joining us in the studio, we've got Danish Grandmaster Bjørn Jonas. Now, you know, this was exactly the same matchup that happened in the Global Chess League Season 1. You against Sindarov. It was a decisive one. And Jonas, you got the victory for your team. How was it playing against Sindarov? Was that going at the back of your mind?
Not really,
No.
to be honest. I wasn't thinking too much about it. I was just focusing on this game. But of course, it's fun to play him again.
And Jonas, actually, this time you were playing against the Triveni Continental Kings, the reigning champions, who you represented last year and won the whole season for.
Right.
How did that feel?
Well, it was a bit special, yeah. I had a good time with the guys last year, but this year, a new team, right?
And how are the feelings within the team? What's the team chemistry like?
It's good, it's good. Now, we lost 2 matches in a row, unfortunately, but we're trying to keep the spirits high and we're looking to strike back.
You've had the experience from the previous season that it's really not over and everything can turn around.
Exactly. We'll try to do the same as last year.
That's awesome. Thanks so much, Jonas. We'll talk more to you. But we've right now got Katie with the boat player of the match.
And the boat player of the match is Ali Reza Firuza. He won his game on the icon board. And today we have a very special guest here to give an award. And this is Arjun Dude. He is 11 years old, London-based. And Arjun, I have a question to you. Who's your favorite chess player?
Gukesh.
Okay. Oh, we heard the audience like that. Please award our best player of the match. And here we have a handshake as well. Ali Reza, what a game. Please tell us what happened in the game and if you're happy to join Global Chess League for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, for the game, it was we were always in control for the whole match, so I was very confident that I could at least make draw at any point I want, and I had very good positions. So, yeah, I think it was very convincing victory for our team, and I'm also very happy to join Global Chess League because it's something very new, and I think fans like it a lot. So, also I watched it last season and I enjoyed it a lot. So I'm very happy to join it.
Fantastic. Ali Reza with 2 victories and 1 draw on the icon board. He's having a great tournament. Back to you, Tanya.
Ali Reza Firuza is turning out to be the icon amongst the icons. What a performance he's had, taking down world #1 and today world #2. Now, Jonas, for your team, American Gambits, this was the only match of the day. How do you spend time now? How does the team recover from here?
Well, yesterday we had a team dinner in the evening, all eating together. It's good for the team spirit. So maybe we'll do the same today. We'll see.
And are you enjoying the format here with no bonus time?
Well, actually, it's the first time for me playing without increment, so that's very special. Of course, it makes for some really exciting games and time scrambles. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
And you've got Hikaru, the world #2, as an icon this season.
Yeah.
Last season was Levon Aronian, another great of the game. How is it with Hikaru leading the team?
He's, of course, a fantastic player, and it's really nice to have a chance to actually talk to him and spending time. So I'm enjoying it.
And Jonas, we actually had breakfast together this morning.
Yes.
Is that something you're not going to repeat now because I jinxed your team?
Well, we'll see. See, I'll have to think about it.
Well, we hope we all spend some time together, but right now it is time to get back to chess. And we've got some great visuals coming in from Friend's house right as we take you to break. We will be back in just a few. We're halfway through day 3. We've had 2 matches so far, and it was the PBG Alaskan Knights taking the victory against the Ganges Grandmasters. We see that Tanzongi, one of the big winners from the Alaskan Knights, who won her game. And then we had the Triveni Continental Kings with a win over the American Gambits. And that was a complete shutdown by the Continental Kings with 3 victories with the Black Pieces. It's been an incredible day of action. Alireza Firouzja, what a player he is for his team so far, bringing in the big dubs. And we've got the big man with us in the studio. Joining us is FIDE Master James Canty. James, you've been calling the action on both these matches.
Crazy.
So much drama. What's it been like for you?
Oh, it's been awesome watching all the games. And, of course, my favorite part is obviously just watching and being a fan and learning and looking at the commentary. And you seeing, you know, basically I have to ask you guys, of course, what is the best piece in chess? What do you think?
It's the Knights.
It's the PBG Alaskan Knights, David. Of course, yes, because they are definitely going off. It's great to see. And even with the Triveni Continental Kings last year, they actually were the worst.
Second best piece, King?
In fact, yes. I was just saying that, Tanya. Oh, my goodness, yes. But last year, TCK, the Triveni Continental Kings, were the worst, in fact. And then they became the best and won the whole thing. So, of course, it's a marathon, so still many matches, but loving the chess. It's great.
If you had to point out to one player today, who's impressed you the most with all the matches that we've seen?
Yeah. Ooh, that's tough. It's between Nihal and Firouzja. But, okay, Firouzja, I have to say Firouzja because he did just take down Magnus, too, as well. I mean, you get past Magnus, it wasn't the cleanest, you know, but we got past Magnus. We won. And then Hikaru today, he's like, yo, that confidence is going to really be serious in the next few matches.
It's Firouzja on board. Now, David, set the stage a little bit for us. How difficult is it to take down a player like Hikaru?
It's incredibly tough. Hikaru, especially with the white pieces, very rarely loses. It was clear Hikaru wanted to play a bit safe as well, neutralize Firouzja, push the action to the other boards, put a bit of pressure on Firouzja's teammates, but ultimately, when a player wants to play for a draw, they end up being a bit passive, and that's how Firouzja eventually broke through. And that's a sign of a champion. Yesterday, he got the result, even when he wasn't playing well against Magnus. And today he was on fire, and yeah, he can do it in so many different ways. He's so universal. That's his key quality.
And James, we saw the end of the game there, and Hikaru, with a shake of his head, just left the board and walked away. You know him well. Tell us a little bit about his personality. How does he deal with such with a tough loss like that?
You know, I've known Hikaru a long time, worked with him with lots of content before, and on the business side of things too as well, outside of chess. And one thing I've learned from him that he said I never forgot is, like, you have to have short-term memory loss with these things. If you don't, it will eat you up, and you go into the next round, and you just lose, or you're not in the right headspace to play great chess. So, of course, I'm just taking it out of his own book. In fact, is like, you know, short-term memory loss. If you see him storm off there, not happy, of course. Who is really happy when you lose, right? But of course, you just, hey, short-term memory loss. It happened. How can I be better in the next game?
Be a goldfish. That's the key.
Be a goldfish. Yeah.
And on the other side, we saw Alireza there. He's taken down 2 icons. It seems unstoppable right now, but no emotions at the end of the game there by him.
Too early to celebrate. You know, there's many, many big matches ahead. And there's going to be rematches. He's going to face off against Magnus again later in the event. He's going to have that rematch against Hikaru. So, again, a sign of a champion. Eyes on the prize. He's not going to relax yet.
Just incredible scenes here coming out of the Global Chess League. And speaking of Magnus Carlsen, he will be in action. That's the next matchup coming up. We've got the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking on Alpine SG Pipers. Now, Magnus, world #1. He's the GOAT of chess. But the Global Chess League so far has been a tough tournament for him. He's wondering, where are the points? Because he's on half out of 2. Has that surprised you, David?
Yes, Magnus is known as a bit of a slow starter. Often he needs that kind of nudge, that wake-up call, in order to really click into top gear. And maybe yesterday that whole flagging, that whole time incident with Firouzja will have angered him and made him more focused, determined. But this is one event he hasn't won. He didn't win with his team in Global Chess League Season 1. Maybe this is the year, but he will need to start racking up those points for his team, leading by example soon.
Now, Magnus, when he doesn't win an event, he always comes in with having a score to settle. He wants it all, but he's going to be up against the Frenchman with 3 names. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What do you expect when these 2 icons clash?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question here. In fact, with MVO, he's actually beaten, you know, Magnus twice, in fact, in the match. Even we've seen him do this actually for a reset, a grand final reset in the Champions Chess Tour. So he's very capable of doing it, but one thing that I don't want to be in in front of is an angry Magnus, right? So I don't think anyone wants to see an angry Magnus, and he's not happy. Of course, he lost. Yes, he lost. He didn't. His team's not doing the greatest. That's going to be a mad Magnus. So MBO is going to have to bring his best game and hope that Magnus isn't so angry. But he is mad, so it's going to be rough.
Well, number one, Magnus Carlsen, he is a wounded beast, but a wounded Magnus Carlsen is even more dangerous as he's looking to come back. But let's also talk about some of the other boards, because I look at board 2 and we've got an all-Indian clash in that one. It's going to be Vidit Gujarati taking on Pragnananda, a face-off between two teammates from a gold medal Olympic winning team, and now they've got to play against each other. How does that work out, David?
It's going to be tough. It's never easy playing a friend. There's all these emotions. They know each other very well. Their opening repertoires, they know each other's strengths, weaknesses, so maybe some inside information there. They've also played on the higher stage, the candidates tournaments before. So I think when the clocks start, it will be business and they will want to kill each other. Once the clocks, once the game's over, back to friendship.
Well, we're at friend's house. No friends over the chessboard, but we'll see what happens. And let's bring up our full lineup of the 6 boards that will be fighting against each other. It's the Upgrad Mumba Masters against the Alpine SG Pipers. And there we've got it. Which board pops out to you? We've discussed the top 2 boards here. Where are you seeing the big hits coming from or the weak spots?
Ooh, I'm going to highlight Richard Rapport, who's been really impressive actually so far. Just seems to be in top form in recent months against Peter Svidler, who doesn't play so much these days. Svidler's been solid, but I think Rapport maybe aiming to score there. And the Prodigies board, James, that one could go either way.
Absolutely. I was actually thinking of both as well. I had us right on. We're on the same wavelength here, David. Wow. So, of course, yeah, Peter Svidler, Master Svidler, as we like to call him, with Richard Rapport. That's going to be a very intense matchup, of course. And on the ladies' board, Harika with Katarina Lagno there, especially, depending on what color they get there, that could be crazy. And then Ronak Sadlani versus Daniel Darda there. Darda playing sharp and playing good, but Ronak, I like how his nerves are. And depending on what color he gets, it could definitely swing things in their favor.
Now, the one thing that we've noticed so far, one big takeaway for me from the Global Chess League has been we started with the top boards, the icon board, just playing solid, holding each other off. But Alireza Firouzja, he's showing it here that you need to get the job done on the top board because it really sets the tone for the rest of the team. Are you expecting the icons to take a cue, perhaps, from the youngest icon here at the league?
I think so. In fact, as you see, Firouzja is just tearing things up right now. He's starting to heat up, fire Firouzja, right? He's really starting to get on fire, as you can see. So, of course, people want to do that. You want to kind of mimic that, but don't, take too many risks because you can, obviously. You lose, then the rest of the team starts to lose. You win, then the rest of the team starts to win. It's really a domino effect in that type of sense.
I'm expecting, David, that Magnus Carlsen does not like to lose twice in a row. You know him well. How is he feeling? What is his mindset coming into this match?
Yeah, he's going to be determined. I know both of them well. They're both actually the same exact age, Vasil Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen. They've known each other, played each other for over 20 years, and I never see Magnus go for the draw. Never see him play solid. He won't take too many risks, but he will try and keep the game alive as long as possible. Maybe have a look around at his teammates, how they're doing, and then decide how hard to push.
Yeah, it's a team event. You've got to lead the team and also live for the team. How important will the toss be in this one? How much of a factor is that? What color you start with, James?
You know what's funny, Tanya? In fact, you know exactly what color I'm going to actually grab here. But in fact, I'm going to go with the black pieces. And we've seen that it's been like 14, these high numbers with the black pieces. So I'm going to go with black.
Well, we are getting news that the toss is about to happen. So let's take a look. Let's jump in to see which team starts with which color. There we see Grandmaster Srinath for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, Grandmaster Praveen Thipse for the Alpine SG Pipers. And it is the Pipers who won the toss, and they have chosen to start with the black pieces. This is going to be a fun one. 4 points for a black victory, and we've got Katy with the coaches.
Alpine SG Pipers won the toss, and you said you prefer to choose black this time. Please tell us why you choose black today.
Well, I think it's a part of our strategy, but we won a match with black and we won a match with, we lost a match with white. It also has some bearing on that. But yes, considering our opponents, it has been a strategy to play black for the first time, so that in the second half we have more room to decide what to do.
And what is the general mood in the team of the players? And if you guys are preparing together maybe after the matches?
Well, I think after yesterday's loss, everybody wanted to bounce back. They would be happy if there's a game immediately after that. They really want to punch someone after that. And okay, it's a wait of 24 hours, but not very late. And everybody's looking forward for a good punch.
Everyone, Mumba Masters lost the toss, and you got the white pieces. Is that bad, or are you happy with the color?
I'm happy with it. We kind of anticipated that they might probably do the same, so we were, mentally ready for it.
The first match you chose black colors, and you were certain about that. Did you change your strategy for the next rounds?
I'd still prefer not to reveal that, but in a sense, it's good to have a white after having 3 blacks consecutively for today. So just talking about today's game, I'm pretty pleased with the color that we have got.
Well, then, best of the luck.
Thank you.
Srinath, they're not giving away too much of the strategy, and that's a really important part because you've still got a lot of games to go, a lot of toss coming up right there, white or black, big decisions to be taken. Now, you've always watched, start with black, get those 4 points, flag your opponents.
That's right.
Praveen Thipse, he mentioned, part of our strategy, you agree with it?
Yeah, in fact, it's black pieces. Of course, he says punching stuff and angry, strong top-level players. Hey, they better bring their best in this match for sure because they're angry, and you got the black pieces. They didn't win yesterday. You got Magnus on the team. There's a lot going on with that team right now.
And there's a lot of history going on that top board. Maxime Vacher-Legrand versus Magnus Carlsen as well. Vacher starting with the white pieces. How does he get past the world number 1?
Well, it's all about speed. One thing is for sure, after yesterday's experience, Magnus is going to play faster, but Maxime Vacher-Legrand also known for just that quick rhythm, and actually Maxime, with the white pieces, has a much better score than he does with black against Magnus. So it's going to be interesting. Also, Srinath saying there's no team strategy or saying he doesn't want to reveal it means there's definitely a team strategy in play.
Well, we sure hope we find that out eventually, but right now the teams are not giving any of that away, and we're waiting for them to enter the playing arena, and it happens shortly right after this break. It is game time. Welcome back, everyone, as we are ready to kick off the third match of the day. The teams have arrived and are ready to enter the arena. We go over to Katie, who's ready to welcome the teams.
That's right. Please help me to welcome Mumba Masters in the playing venue and Alpine SG Pipers. On the first board, we do have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Vidit Gujarati, Peter Swidler, Conor Hampi, Harika Dronawali, and Raunak Sadwani. And we have on the other side Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda, Richard Rapport, Hoyu Fan, Katerina Lakhno, and Daniel Darda.
The players with a big smile on their faces, ready to go, ready to start there. We see the icon Magnus Carlsen. He'll be taking on Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. It's time to get the moves in, and it's time to move on to our commentary team of Sagar Shah and Jovanka Hauska.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Here we have a big encounter with the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking on the Alpine SG Pipers, and joining me is the 9-time British women's champion, Jovanka Hauska. Hello, Jovanka.
A pleasure to be with you, Saga. Yeah, this is such a magnificent encounter. Two teams that lost their last matches and looking for revenge. And there we can see a dignitary.
Yes, we have Rodney Leon here, who is on our screen. He's going to make the ceremonial first move.
What do you think he's going to choose?
He is the VP for trade compliance of GSK. I think the players generally tell them about their first move. I don't know if Maxime will sort of indicate what he wants to play.
Well, we will find out. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces. There we see Rodney Leon. So much pressure, right? To make this first ceremonial move. You want to get it right.
You know, Jovanka, I often look at Magnus. You know, when he loses his previous games, he comes to the next game like he wants to go for the kill. He doesn't really care about his hairstyle much or something. You know, he's just right there. He wants to start the game.
Yeah.
And there you can see him really focused. He wants the game to begin, but we have the first move. That'll happen pretty soon.
Yes. And when it comes to Magnus, you always notice that he uses that little bit of poison to add fuel to the fire. You know, he becomes extra focused, he levels up. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave must be well prepared here. And there we see Magnus with the black pieces, and here it comes.
E4.
E4,
there.
pushing the king's pawn 2 squares forward, and a handshake for Rodney Leon. And Maxime, of course, takes that move back, but he is at heart
an E4 player.
An E4 player.
I think he will play the E4 move, no?
I think so. You know, he's a really gutsy player. Maxime loves to calculate. He loves to play aggressive chess. He's also incredibly well prepared. I have seen him bash out moves and moves of theory. And there we see Maxime focused.
Yeah, he's also one of the biggest strengths of the Upgrad Mumba Masters team. He beat Vishy Anand yesterday. So he's looking in good form here. Let's see how this game shapes up. The arbiter signals the start of the game, and E4 it is, Jovanka.
Yes. And Magnus, well, perhaps surprising us a little bit on the first move by actually pushing his queen's pawn 1 square forward. Now, this is also another surprise because he just challenges the center immediately. And the setup that he's chosen isn't the most aggressive line. Now, be careful here because there was a threat of bishop takes pawn. But, of course, Magnus sees that and he castles. And so far, this has been played before many, many, many times.
Right. For now, Jovanka, this opening which has been chosen is known as the Philidor. And Magnus tries to play it every time he wants to win with the black pieces. He did so recently even at the Olympiad. Because here the pieces are not in contact with each other very soon. And Magnus is like, I'll keep on maneuvering for a long game and try to outplay you.
Exactly. And, you know, he's kind of keeping the tension there in the center. There hasn't been any trades before. So it's looking really, really tense. Now, for Magnus, the big thing for him is he has to untangle his pieces. Because as you can see, the knight there in the center, it's in the way of the bishop. And this is the big quest. And there we see Maxime. He's just grabbing that space there on the left side of the board, you know, advancing that pawn as far as it can. And the whole idea is that pawn will act as a clamp. And, okay, Magnus.
Ooh, he pushes the pawn forward. Very committal move there, and as we see the staggered start now, boards number 3 and 4 about to begin. We have Peter Swidler from the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking on Richard Rapport on board 3, and on board 4, Jovanka, is the rematch of the World Championship 2011.
It is between former Women's World Champion Ho Ifan and Humpy Kineru. Now, Humpy playing with the white pieces for the first time in this tournament. As, of course, the Upgrad Mumba Masters, having played 3 blacks in a row, must be a welcome relief to be able to determine the pace of the game. And Humpy, in her trademark style, she just simply develops her pieces. She likes to take the center. You rarely see any outwardly aggressive moves right from the get-go from Humpy Kineru.
Yeah, very positional approach here shown by Humpy, and also in women's chess, there have been very few players who have crossed 2600 ELO mark. And here we see on our screens 2 players who've done that, facing off each other. What do you imagine is going to happen here, Jovanka?
Well, I imagine that Humpy will just play in her usual very solid, careful style and see how Ho Ifan reacts.
Right, for now, Ifan has gone for this move. Small little pawn push on the side of the board. Maybe later she'll take the pawn, expand, and that's how game could continue. On the top of the screen, we have the win probability, 52% for Humpy, 48% for Ifan. Not much to choose between them.
No, but I'm kind of surprised, given their track record, how the probabilities are actually so even, because Ho Ifan has had the better of Humpy Kineru for quite some time now. Do you remember they played that Women's World Championship match? And it's not easy to play against an opponent who's beaten you many times.
Yes, there's a lot of psychology there. As we move to boards 5 and 6 that are about to begin, we have Harika, who's taking on Katrina Lagno. And on the Prodigy board, we have Ronak Sadhwani and his good friend Daniel Darda.
Yeah, and there we see 2 good friends off the board. But on the board, how easy is it to play your friend?
I have always found it a little bit problematic, Jovanka, especially when I play against my wife, who's also a chess player. But we always fight. Be it on the chessboard, off the chessboard. Okay.
You never keep the peace. Oh, Saga, a true chess player you are. Well, we do see some trades there. The bishop has exchanged itself for the knight, and we see an opening which is called the Sicilian Rosolimo. Now, it's a really tense position here because there's no conflict in the center between pawns, and what white wants to do is just continue the development and wait for black to break out.
Right, and this looks like a very ambitious approach by Daniel Darda. He's not developed any of his pieces. He's just counting on his central pawn majority to put pressure on Ronak.
Yeah, and interesting pawn move there. Just controlling some squares in the center. Perhaps a knight will come to the edge of the board and park itself close to the king. And again, keep controlling the center. This is going to be a very tense battle.
Right, we'll come back to this one. Meanwhile, there's a big Indian clash happening on board number 2. These are the 2 candidates who played this year and also part of the gold medal winning team of India at the Olympiad. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Pragnananda.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting battle. So we've seen some close positions, lots of pawns on the board. This one looks like it's going to be completely open. And here I'm expecting the knight to jump in the middle and capture that pawn. And, okay, white will be a pawn up, but the position is very open. The pieces will have free range. And it's very much a position that is decided on a move-by-move basis. It's not about calculation. It's just about developing your pieces to good squares.
Right, so Pragnananda actually taking a very ambitious approach as black, trying to equalize right from the get-go. And with it here, as you pointed out, has the opportunity to win a pawn. Will he take it or not is the question. You can see the clock timing. With it has already burnt 5 minutes on the clock, while Pragnananda still has 18 minutes.
Yeah, and so that does indicate that maybe he's not going to take the pawn because he's thinking so much. Because this is definitely preparation from Pragnananda. He's seen this position before, and when you're in this situation, do you go into the most committal moves, or do you choose? And I stand corrected, Saga. He captures the pawn. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, as we say. And now the knights come off the board. What are you going to capture with? He takes it with the bishop, keeping the queens on.
I expect Prag to make his next move quickly, just like showing that, oh, I'm well prepared, you know, maybe put this bishop out here or move your knight attacking the bishop and the pawn. These are the possibilities that he has on his hands here. Meanwhile, while this game starts to heat up, we move to the icon board where Magnus Carlsen and MVL have made several moves, Jovanka. It's very interesting to see what has happened, but just looking at the clock timings, there's not much to choose between them. They both have almost even time on the clock.
Yeah, and an interesting development has kind of occurred, because we left it with Maxime, you know, advancing the pawn in the center, and Magnus quickly responded by just grabbing that space on the queen side. The bishop retreats because it was attacked, and now after this liquidation in the center by the pawns, what we're going to see here is, wow, that's a very interesting move, because it does concede a square.
Right, Magnus could have actually chopped off this knight, but instead he decided to push the pawn, and Maxime said, thank you so much, and put his bishop right in there. Well, Magnus took it, but then the knight jumped in, and I think, Jovanka, this is a very irritating knight for the rook.
It is. I mean, the rook definitely has to slide one square, just get out of his harm's way. But when we look at that knight, knights, they increase almost in value if they're supported by pawns, because that knight is going to be very difficult to remove. And when you also consider that there is a big central square there in the middle, which is also completely undefended, which is ripe for the knight to jump back in there or the bishop to come. So
that's a juicy square.
It is certainly a juicy square, and that's what you want to do with your pieces. You just want to get them to good squares, preferably on your opponent's side of the board. And there we see Maxime just lift the queen 2 squares, getting ready to centralize the rook that is currently not in play.
Right, and Maxime being very accurate here. It was the only move here, but also a very logical move, defending the pawn with his queen and rook, preparing the rook to join. I think Maxime does not have that intimidation that many players have against Magnus. And that is very helpful. In fact, very recently at World Blitz Championship 2023, he did beat Magnus Carlsen. So Maxime does beat Magnus on and off, like even on online play.
Yeah, I mean, Maxime is an incredible player. You know, he's been World Blitz champion. He's been amongst the top 5, top 10 for a long, long time. And he excels in calculation. He excels in chaos. And this is absolutely perfect for this particular time control, where you have to play risky. You have to play in an aggressive manner, and you have to make those decisions quickly. So Magnus just sliding the queen, connecting the 2 rooks. And the big question, though, for Magnus is how is he going to coordinate his pieces? Look at the bishop. I mean, it's stuck behind its own pawns. It's just a fantastic defender. The end.
Right. Absolutely. The bishop is not well placed here, and the position gets interesting. Right now, white is in control. And look at the time on the clock right now, 14 minutes for Maxime, 14 minutes, 40 seconds. 14 minutes, 30 seconds for Magnus Carlsen. So very even on the clock. Jovanka, I feel like this game, if Magnus decides to push too hard, he can end up in trouble. So he has to be very careful.
Yeah, he has to be quick on the clock. I mean, we've seen that time and time again. In fact, Magnus learned that lesson yesterday when he lost with just seconds. Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. So the players, they perhaps have taken a few games to adjust, but there's very much on their mind that they need to be practical. They can't burn the time just thinking about one move.
Right, and now moving on to the next board, we have Peter Swidler against Richard Rapport here. And it's been a very interesting opening that has been chosen, Jovanka. It has been the Karo Khan that we see.
Yes, as one of my favorite openings.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's actually one of my brand kind of trademarks. So that it opens up by just putting those pawns on light squares, and then what you want to be doing is developing your light square bishop out. And up here at the right minute, you want to be challenging in the center. You want to be breaking that pawn chain.
Exactly.
And this is exactly what happened here. And what you see here is that because the pressure in the center was so great that there was a trade of pawns. And here, this is a really interesting position because Peter, he loves to play with space. I remember once playing him many, many moons ago, and I was like, Peter is excellent at just enjoying that extra space and then pushing forward. But in the Karo-Khan here, the pawn structure has been disrupted. And what's really important, as Sagar has highlighted, is that this pawn that on e5 is actually very, very weak. It is a target. And it's something that in the long term, maybe 5-10 moves later, Richard will be thinking about this. But for Peter, it's all about enjoying that extra space. You know, where he can, he will start to beat back the black knight there on h4. Perhaps he's going to go forward with his own pawns on the right side and just say, you don't have any space. I'm going to sit there like a snake and wrap myself around you and suffocate you.
Right. Well, if that's what is going to happen, then for sure that Rapport has to be very, very alert. You know, maybe break through with f6 at the right time, but we'll see how that... Oh, he trades. He trades on g6, and maybe you take back with the knight, Jovanka, putting even more pressure on this pawn. As you pointed out, it could be a weakness.
It could be a weakness, and it's a very, very, very interesting and perhaps surprising decision there from Svitler, because we are expecting that knight to capture the bishop. So let's leave this one on pause whilst Richard is considering what to do, and let's move on to the sixth board, the junior board, between Raunak Sadhwani and Daniel Dada.
Right, Raunak Sadhwani has just moved his queen one step ahead. Right now, early days in this game, not much has happened here, but we can see that black is banking on this very strong center and is facing some difficulties to complete his development.
Yeah. And again, it's still very, very tense. You know, black has done the best they can with the pawns. Now it's all about completing development and decision time there for Daniel.
Right. And we can see the Upgrad Mumba Masters team owners being very, very stressed out. They are right here in the commentary box. No stress, as they say, but okay, they are completely zoned into the game. They are enjoying every bit of it here. Their team right now is doing pretty well on boards 1 and 2, but on the remaining boards, the match is very even. Jovanka, right now, nothing much to choose between the two teams.
Absolutely. At the minute, is a really cagey start between these two teams. No one has a massive advantage. Everything is pretty even so far. Let's go to board 5 between Harika Dronovali and Katerina Lagno. Now, if I were to pinpoint a slight weakness in the lineup of the Alpine SG Pipers, it's Katerina Lagno. So far, she's had a slow start. She's lost both of her games, but she is, of course, a women's Blitz World Champion. She's fantastic at rapid chess. She's been European Women's Champion, but she's just yet to settle in and score some points.
Right. For now, her position looks very good. The knights are well developed. The bishop is on a good diagonal. The rook is on an open file. But it's a very early day in this game. Also, Harika's pieces are very well placed. So quite even. As you can see, even the win probability meter shows 50-50 right now.
It certainly is 50%, even Stevens.
But the clock
is not...
Yeah, it's not so good for Harika right now. She has 11 minutes, 30 seconds. Lagno has 16 minutes, 30 seconds. So 5 minutes difference.
That's big, actually, Saga, because, you know, when you don't have any time bonus or increment per move, as we like to say, then what you see on the clock is what you're going to get. And when the action heats up, and it will heat up in maybe 10, 15 moves, well, Harika doesn't have too much time to navigate those complications.
So right now, Harika thinking for her moves. She needs to move faster. Let's go and check what Humpy is doing against Ho Yifan. This is going to be a very, very exciting matchup. There is some tension on the board already. The time over here is in Humpy's favor. She has 14 minutes on the clock. Ho Yifan has 11 minutes. And right now, Humpy is thinking whether she should take the pawn here or not.
Well, this is ambitious stuff there from Ho Yifan, because you see with her last move, she went and pushed one square into her opponent's territory. And you know what that means? It means that she wants to grab the space on the left. She just wants to overwhelm that side of the board. And if she can do that, she can secure squares in the center for her knights. Suddenly her pieces come alive. And we saw exactly what happens when you have more space. It's just like that game between Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Firouzja.
Absolutely. So right now, Humpy has a very important decision to take, because if she does capture this pawn, it does open up the bishop, but white does get the central pawn. So big moment here.
Absolutely. Huge moment as well. Whether Humpy will try to punish her opponent for playing in such an aggressive fashion, or whether she will respect it and perhaps make some slightly passive choices.
Right, Jovanka, it's time for us to go back to our icon board. MVL versus Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus has just pushed his pawn right in the center of the board. Wow, that's a very bold decision. Maybe it's even a pawn sacrifice that has happened here.
It's a pawn sacrifice, and it's a breakout move. Magnus was feeling very uncomfortable having so little space for his pieces to enjoy. So he's like, you know what? Just give up material, get that dark square bishop out into the open. And I think it's a really good decision there from Magnus.
Push this pawn. Let's try to understand. If I take this pawn, I'm now a pawn up, but what Magnus wants to do is push the pawn forward and open up the queen here.
Yeah, and how are you going to handle that? Because the white queen is under fire. She does need to move. But take a look at that knight there.
On the side,
On the side, on both sides. Both the knights, you know, one is sitting pretty, but it's actually not doing that much.
Right.
And the other one is there on the edge of the board. And so I'm suspecting that Magnus will just take the time out to develop the dark square bishop to a really good diagonal, start harassing maybe this knight sitting there in its territory.
Could be.
Yep.
This could also be possible. And so for now, it does seem like Maxime has a very important decision to make. He can't take with the pawn, so he takes with the knight. He takes the pawn with his knight. Magnus recaptures there very quickly. Pawn takes now. And you can see so many trades happening. But the last move, the engine does not like it. Magnus moved in to trade the queens. But look at that. There's a question mark there, Jovanka.
Yeah, there's a big question mark there. I mean, this looks like a great move. Because when you think about it, Magnus is just thinking, well, if the queens come off, the pawn obviously recaptures the queen. And look at that rook. Suddenly it has been activated and has a beautiful target. Whereas this knight that white has is just saddled on the edge of the board. Knights don't want to be on the edge of the board. They want to be in the center, protected by their own pawns. So here, Black would have really good compensation for this pawn.
But then Maxime could move his rook up and defend. So actually, Jovanka, this is a very critical moment. Does Maxime think and, you know, agree with Magnus and not take the queen? Or does he say, okay, Magnus, I kind of respect your decision there, and maybe move his queen away?
It is decision time. I think maybe he should be capturing the queen.
Yeah.
Although I don't like this idea of just kind of accommodating your opponent's plans. I like this thing that, you know, maybe the queen can offer itself up for a trade, but on its own terms.
Right.
Because the black queen is actually threatening the knight there on the edge. I think if she steps one square on the diagonal.
You mean here?
Yes.
Aha.
And then, you know, the exchange does happen, but, you know, there is no activation of this rook.
That's a very interesting move. Just moving the queen up.
Yeah, that's my preference, just because I don't like to fall into my opponent's plans.
Let's see what Maxime does. I'm very interested, because if Maxime takes the queen, Oh, he follows your advice there. Queen E4.
But it cost him some time.
Yeah.
Because, Saga, there is a massive time difference. We see Magnus with just over 11 minutes, whereas Maxim is just under 7.5 minutes.
Talking about time, you know, one player who's been really giving heart attacks to everyone is Vidit Gujarati. He's been playing under time pressure for all the games, and even today, he is low on time. Maybe next we could go to his game, but for now, Maxim brings his rook to the center of the board and defends his central pawn.
Yeah, some quick moves there from Maxim. Yeah, Maxim doing all the right things, but Magnus just keeps on upping the pressure. He's making those moves very, very quickly. So it is decision time for Maxim as he has to keep on fighting those best moves.
Should he take the queen or not remains the question. Meanwhile, let's move on to the next board here. Vidit Gujarati, as has been normal for him, is having less time on the clock, but this time not so bad. He has 7.5 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes for Pragnananda. The position is slightly better for white. That's because white is a pawn up, Jovanka.
It is a pawn up, but it ain't much of a pawn, Saga. Because one thing Beth Harmon from Queen's Gambit does not like is double pawns. And when it comes to double pawns there that Saga's highlighted, you got to judge them on how well they can move, whether they can be defended, and unfortunately they stand right in the eye line of that rook there in the corner. So I think white should really forget the fact that they are one pawn up is not much.
Right, so for now, Vidit is pawn up, but not much of an advantage. The main point being that if Pragnananda gets greedy and chops off this pawn, there are some tactics in the air. The knight attacks the queen, and if the queen moves away, you have to be careful of a check on the long diagonal, dropping the rook.
Yeah,
so
nice danger there. But there we see Pragnananda, he's so good. He's like, no, I understand what you want to do. And instead, he just completes his development. That weak pawn can be taken later on.
Right. So for now, it seems like the position is still around even. But one position that is not even is on board number 3. Richard Rapport is putting pressure on Peter Swidler.
Yeah, and there you can see Black is completely dominating like that. The queen is in white's side. Then you see the knight there attacking the queen and also asking questions. What's going to happen with that pawn in the center is going to get taken by the knight. No.
Yes.
This has gone seriously wrong for Peter Swidler.
Yeah, Peter Swidler in big trouble because you can see the black pawn is cramping the white structure here. Also, the e-pawn, as Jovanka had called out right in the opening, could become a potential weakness. Peter is kind of shaking his head there. It's not a pleasant position. Although it's not lost, it's not no fun for white here.
It's no fun. And also, I tell you what's no fun. Playing with a lot less time on the clock. Because there you see Peter Swidler with just under 6 minutes. Richard just over 11. And when you, again, just to drum home the point, there is no increment, there's no time bonus. This is already getting critical for Peter. He has to make sure that he just remains slightly worse for the rest of the game.
Right, for now, his win probability is just 32%. But one player who's doing well for the Upgrad Mumba Masters is Koneru Hampi on board 4. She is putting some pressure on Ho Yifan. We left the game at a critical moment, Jovanka, when the pawn had pushed forward and Hampi took all the right calls.
Show us how she handled it.
Yeah, over here you can see for now Hampi has 9 minutes 26 seconds. Ho Yifan has 7 minutes on the clock. It's a lot of pressure here. 2 top female players on the board. And
yeah,
as we try to get here to show you exactly what happened, you can see Hampi has a lot of pressure on that central knight that black has.
Yeah, absolutely, Saga. I mean, and there you can kind of see on the screen that everything is going to come down to something that what we call pawn structure. Now, pawns really want to be connected. They want to be joined together. Basically, they need friends.
Right.
And the whole thing is that when they're all alone with no friends, no mates, then they can be targeted. You just got to start looking at them with your pieces and then start attacking them. And there you can see there has been a trade.
And right now, this is the live position on the board. You can see that Humpy's queen is beautifully placed. Her knight and bishop looking at the pawn. The rook is on the open file. So a lot of things working out well for Humpy right now. It's a small advantage, but a very, very solid one.
Yeah, it is definitely something that Humpy will be in her element. And
we have a result, Jovanka. On board number 5, we have Harika and Katrina Lagno, who have agreed to a draw, it seems. You can see Harika moving her knight and her opponent saying, would you like to draw? And I think, in a way, a good result for both sides, because Harika had 6 minutes on her clock, while Katrina Lagno was black.
yeah, it is a little bit surprising, though, because as white, you don't want to be giving up the draw that easily. You want to be putting your opponent under some pressure. You want to make them suffer, basically. And talking about suffering, what is happening here?
I do feel that white is under some pressure here, because the black pieces are trying to enter from the other side. But Raunak is like, okay, you have won the king side battle, but what about your queen side? My queen is here. My bishop's looking here. The knight is here. This is so complicated.
It is complicated, but take a look at the white king. He's got no defense. And take a look at the black rook. That is sniffing around, coming close. It's attacking the knight. If the knight just moves, and I think it should be moving really close to the white king, because a knight is a king's best friend.
So the knight would come here, but then, Jovanka, the black knight could jump in and start giving checks.
It is really shaky stuff here for Raunak.
Yeah, he has to be careful here, because this game is a very critical one. In fact, this match is so even right now, with Humpy actually pushing on board number 4. Rest of all the games are close to being equal.
Well, this is going to be certainly an important game. And guess what, Saga? It is happening.
Exactly what we thought has happened on the board. And Raunak now has to figure out about his king, because a knight perched right into the enemy territory is so dangerous.
Totally dangerous. And maybe we can dive in a little bit and have a look at what happens if white gets greedy and captures a pawn there on the edge, saying, hey, let's go into endgame.
Oh, you want to take this pawn?
Yes. I just...
Okay. If you take here, well, maybe then there are some problems, Jovanka, with the knight check and you losing this pawn. So, yes, there are some big questions to be answered.
Absolutely. And this is exactly the kind of danger that Raunak will be calculating. He mustn't get greedy. That knight jumping into the last row is going to be absolutely devastating, which means you have to find a safe place for your king. In fact, how do you...
It's so difficult here, and you can feel it from the body language of Daniel and Raunak there.
Oh.
He takes
the bishop.
And
we can
first
still
check.
throw in the check.
Oh, first check would be an important thing to do, because if you take here, then there's a check here, Jovanka, and maybe that's what Raunak wants.
Absolutely, but throw in the check first.
Throw in the check, and the king has to move somewhere.
No, has to move once, and
then
to
the
the
knight
side.
can take it with a check.
Exactly. Take it with a check. And where's the knight going? Where's the king, going? I mean, it's probably going to step up one square and into the eye line of the bishop. This actually is a big blunder there from Raunak.
Raunak in big trouble here as we wait for Daniel to make his move. He's paused there. He's not playing it, which means he's calculating this check, because generally when a capture happens, you tend to recapture instantly. But not here. Not here. And Raunak actually starts looking at other boards, because he wants to know what's happening on the other boards.
Yeah, he knows he's in trouble, so he has to kind of take a look at his teammates and see how they're getting on. And that gives him the opportunity to decide, okay, right, am I actually playing for a win? Am I actually doing everything I can to survive?
He takes
the bishop.
And Raunak, look at him. He's happy now. He takes the pawn. The position is still complex, but I think Daniel did miss a chance there.
Yeah, perhaps he didn't trust his instincts there. The king hides away there on that square, but still, black is threatening for the knight to jump to that E1 square.
But now, Jovanka, I can actually sacrifice my rook for your knight and just hope that I have enough compensation.
Oh, now that is a difficult decision to make.
Oh,
and he does it. He finds it. Wow, these guys are good. They know exactly when to just give away the material in order to hold the balance. And look at that. The knight now jumps in, and the white king is completely safe, defended by its own knight.
Right, and now this is a 3-result game. It can go in any direction. You can see the win probability there showing 50% each. Let's go to the icon board. We are going to actually check before the icon board the game between Peter Swidler and Richard Rapport there, because this is where it seems like a result is very likely, Jovanka. It might be that Peter is in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, even though the material is kind of only one pawn in favor of Richard, I mean, black's pieces are just overwhelming. Yeah. The knight is in the white side of the board, so is the queen. And yes, Peter kicks away the knight, but the knight can just go forward. It can go wherever it wants to go, to be honest. It can give checks, it can do whatever.
It's an octopus knight that would settle down here right into the heart of white's camp. And you can see there Peter Swidler is not happy. He's low on time, he's pawn down. It would take a miracle to save this position.
And you can see it in the camera. Peter knows. I'm just thinking, if I were black, I might get greedy. And I might just like lob in a check with a knight. And no! Richard, he is finding all those classy moves. Attacking the queen, but hang on a second. The queen can kind of go all the way. It can zoom all the way.
Where?
All the way to the edge of the board.
Oh, and threaten a back rank mate.
Yes. Don't take that knight.
Wow, that's one way, Jovanka, to go this way, as you say. The other one is to take the knight and transpose this into a rook endgame. Which one is better?
Yeah, okay, he takes the knight. Okay, that might be the best practical decision, because rook and pawn endgames are very, very complicated. They have a high drawing tendency, and now some pawns are coming off the board, and you see the way that Peter speeds up, but okay, this is a great move there from Richard, making space for the king, making sure that the king is not trapped.
But this is actually good chances for white to hold, because as they say, rook endgames are often drawn, Jovanka, so who knows what will happen here. But for now, actually, black has 4 pawns versus 2, and white has 1 pawn on the other side, which means that black's chances to win this are very high.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, this is looking good for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Actually, this match is so amazing, Jovanka, because Magnus and MVL are equal, Vidit and Prag are equal, while Richard is actually pressing on board number 3, and Alpine SG Pipers are doing well there. Actually, Raunak is the one who's putting pressure on board number 6. So, you know, Upgrad Mumba Masters are not out of it yet.
And what is happening here? Because Maxim has an extra pawn, but
and time.
Yeah,
2 minutes for Maxim and 3 minutes for Magnus.
Okay, but this means that Maxim just has to hurry up, and there he just pushes his pawns. But the question is, you got to play quickly, and if you want to nurture any kind of advantage, you have to play precisely. And now Knight comes in, attacking the pawn. Yeah. I'm expecting the pawn to actually move 1 square forward, but the King Magnus gives a check. King,
Jovanka, knights are very tricky in these positions. Yeah.
Did you just see what Magnus was doing? Okay, and now a set of pawns have left, but keep even careful. You can't capture that pawn.
You can't take here. Just to show our viewers here, if you get greedy, then there's this rook takes bishop, and the knight jumps in and gives a check and wins it. So back to the game. Right now, 2 pawns up for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The engine still shows it as equal, but maybe that's not the feeling that the players have.
Definitely not. No, Magnus will be feeling the heat. But the question for Maxim is he must maintain that 2-pawn advantage. If one of them falls, then it simply will be a draw.
Yeah, right now you can see there Maxim thinking, and you as Magnus, you would not be giving up your hopes here, because remember there's the clock and Maxim has just 1 minute left on the clock, it seems.
Well, okay, Magnus winning 1 pawn. Now the big goal for Magnus is he can actually give up his bishop for White's remaining pawn, and then it will be an elementary draw. But there is that clock situation because Maxim just 55 seconds.
Right. I don't even know who's going to play for a win here, Jovanka, because while White has an extra pawn, Magnus has almost an extra minute on the clock.
Yeah, I think it's now time for Maxim perhaps to pull the brake.
Yeah, just draw the game.
Just draw the game.
But you never know what's going to happen on the other boards because Peter Swidler is losing. Richard Rapport is better. So Raunak Sadhwani has to strike if Upgrad Mumba Masters need to have chance, or else the Alpine SG Pipers are winning this.
Yes, but just 46 seconds there for Maxim, and he is trying to squeeze.
He's trying to win. He's trying to win this. Oh my God. Oh,
and he's looking around.
Looking at the other boards. Maxim, you don't have so much time.
Concentrate, do the job. Draw. And,
he agrees. Oh, he offers a draw. Very bold decision, by the way, because and you can see that Magnus doesn't even know what's happening on other boards. They both want to know what's going on. Well, the story is Peter Swidler is worse against Richard Rapport. Humpy and Hou Yifan is equal, but Raunak Sadhwani is pressing against Daniel Darda.
Okay, where should we go? Maybe we check out Raunak.
The draw between Vidit. I think there's a draw between Vidit and Pragnananda. If we can have a look at that. The final moment here, Vidit taking the pawn. Pragnananda, well, just moving his rook to the side and offer a draw from Vidit. Prag is like, well, what to play here? We just left with 3 pawns aside and a draw there. So going on to board number 6 now, the Prodigy board. A very important board where Raunak seems to be pressing in spite of being material down. His queen side pawns, look at that, Jovanka, they're running down the board.
They are running down the board. And take a look at those two knights. They're connected. They're defending each other.
Great friends of each other.
Yeah, but this is not a good move, putting the queen on that particular square. And now the rook can align with the queen and start attacking the pawn.
Look at this, Jovanka, on board number 3 right now, just very quickly before we go there. Peter Swidler has 50 seconds. But, yeah, this is over.
Yeah, this is definitely over because Richard can just give up his rook for that 1 pawn. And what is going to count are those 2 connected pass pawns. They are just going to walk hand in hand all the way to the bottom row, and they are going to become queenies. Beautiful. And it is absolutely devastating. There's nothing Peter can do.
He's trying to close his eyes and calculate. He makes a queen there, but Richard takes it, and pushes the pawn. No, not yet.
Yeah, he pushes it, and now this is the thing. The white rook has to go and cover that queening square. And so it's just going to get either behind or to the side.
Yeah, I think he would go from... Yes, he goes from behind. And king comes in.
And this is it comes.
And you kind of bring both your pawns together. That's very important.
Yes.
Not leave one of them behind. And there you see Peter knows now it's queen, and he resigns the game. So victory there for the Alpine SG Pipers. 4 points. Very important win there.
Yeah, and there you can see a smile there from Richard, but Peter's not so happy. Yeah. It's very difficult to lose when you're playing in such a team event.
Exactly, Jovanka. This is actually a tough moment for Swidler and the Upgrad Mumba Masters. They now need to win on both the boards because 4 points is what Richard has got for the team.
Okay, and now we're in a time scramble between Humpy Kanaru and Hou Yifan. Humpy Kanaru just 21 seconds.
53 seconds for Hou Yifan. Can Humpy... The position is equal.
Yeah,
But I think Humpy has good chances here because she has those 2 pawns extra and she can create a passer, but there's no time.
There's just no time, Saga.
Oh, they will draw this perhaps.
Well,
or Hui Fan says, I want to play for a win.
She should play for a win. She should. There you go. And she is playing for the win. Just play any random move, Saga. It doesn't matter. Your opponent has 14 seconds on the clock. Keep an eye on the pass pawns. The end. You can throw in some checks.
Oh, they drew here, but that is not good news for the team Upgrad Mumba Masters, because even if Raunak Sadhwani now on board number 6 wins, the match is going in the favor of Alpine SG Pipers thanks to that extra point with black pieces.
Yeah, of course. A victory with the black pieces gets 4 points, whereas a victory with the white pieces get 3. And wow, what is happening here?
Things have shifted massively here. Raunak, in fact, is losing here. He takes the rook, but another queen for black.
Is this the first time we've seen 2 queens?
Yeah, I think so.
This is a rare occurrence, guys. It doesn't often happen, and they're still on the board.
Right, and here maybe there's still a little bit of a hope here for white, but not much. I think the 2 queens are just too strong.
Yeah, and we see Raunak trying to get his own 2 queens on the board. And the checks are now coming. Queen takes pawn.
Oh, now the queens are traded, and this is over, Jovanka.
Yeah, the queen will just slide up, cover the promotion square. And then it's going to be about black's own pass pawns. Okay, there you go. Sliding back. Give a check.
Right. This one, I think also on time. Raunak has only 13 seconds left. Gives a check and resigns there. So a big win for the Alpine SG Pipers with 2 wins coming in. Richard Rapport striking on board 3 and Daniel Darda on board 6. Remaining games, in fact, ended in draws. So no loss today for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Yeah, it was such a tense match between these 2 teams. It looked like it would go down all the way to the wire. Except Richard Rapport, he just played such a good game against Peter Svidler.
I think with Rapport in the driver's seat, there was no doubt that the Alpine SG Pipers were in the driver's seat, and they ended with a score of 12-8. There we see Magnus chatting with his trainer, Peter Heine Nielsen, as Daniel Darda comes into the room and is congratulated by the coach, Praveen Tipse and Pragnananda.
Yeah, Darda looks a little bit stunned, like he can't quite believe it. I mean, this is one of those things, when you're involved in a time scramble, dramatic game like this, your nerves are going to take a hit, and you need some time to recover.
He just went in there, he looked at the 6 boards, confirmed that the team had won, and yes, they have. The match final score is 12-4 in the favor of Alpine SG Pipers. Upgrad Mumba Masters need to come back very soon, but this one went all the way to Team Magnus.
Absolutely.
And there we have Tanya waiting for us in the playing venue.
Great call on the action there by Sagar and Jovanka, and great chess on display by the Alpine SG Pipers. Daniel Darda at the end there, feeling like a rock star. He played some rock star chess here. And finally, Magnus's team gets the win. What do you think about their performance, David?
Yeah, in the end, it looked like it was all according to plan. There were some rocky moments. Magnus himself, under pressure the entire game, but really kind of tightening things up to hold the draw. Ultimately, they deserved it. Black again, winning, James.
Hey, listen, I always say it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done, right? And they got it done there, and of course they needed that. Of course, the team needed that, right? You saw Happy Magnus there talking with his trainer at the end, so he's happy. Everybody feels good, and of course they really earned that one. It was a very hard fight, and Darda was able to finish strong. So
incredibly a close match, well fought there. Now, when the Pipers walked in, we saw what happened. Magnus immediately went and sat down in a chair. He did not want anything to do with anyone, no standing on the line with the team. He meant business today when he came in. What did that tell you about his mindset?
Well, it's clear that yesterday really did irk him and really kind of made him want to strike. And even with the black pieces, he played a very provocative opening. Ultimately, though, Vasiligraf's just one of the best players in the world with white. And I think Magnus, a draw is a good result because with informed players like Rapport, you can rely on them to do the business.
Now for the upcard Mumba Masters, a match did not go their way, but we know that this team is known for their chemistry, and in the format of the Global Chess League, it's really not over. There's still a lot of chess to be played. The aim for the team is to finish in top 2. How do they deal with this loss to come back stronger tomorrow?
Yeah, of course, making sure that, hey, we played strong. Did you play your best chess? Absolutely. We gave it all we had here, and it's not like we were losing every match. Of course, you just can't win every single match. Well, you know, everyone's not a Alaskan night, right? PPG. So it happens, and you know, you have to just keep playing and bring your best chess to the next rounds too as well. It's still a marathon, as we like to say. It's a lot more chess to go.
They just got to shake it off. Shout out to Taylor Swift right there, but we've got more action coming up, more chess coming up, and more analysis with reactions, and of course, the BOAT player of the match on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, and this is what just happened at the friend's house. The atmosphere, absolutely eclectic and so much fun for the fans. This is how chess is meant to be played, and it was Magnus Carlsen's Alpine SG Pipers who also showed how chess is meant to be played. They get the dub in, and one of the key players to get the job done for the team was on board 3, Richard Rappo, and he is right now with Ketty for the boat match of the player.
That's right, Tanya, and Richard is here with me for the second time already as a boat player of the match. And today we have a special guest, Mr. Manik from GSK, who will give the award to our best player of the match. Richard, second time here as a best player so far. This is just the start of the Global Chess League. Can you tell us what happened in your game?
Yeah, today I feel like I've got a reasonably good position out of the opening for a change. Then, I don't know, maybe I've misplayed it. It became kind of concrete. And then, yeah, like, of course, some blunders, some, tension and everything was building. And then I got into an endgame which should be winning, but I again felt like it got a little bit out of control. And then at the end, by one tempo, I won the race, so to speak. So a bit lucky, but I take the win. Yeah.
Is there any plan for the team to celebrate the big victory today?
I'm not in charge of that, but we have generally very good spirit in the team, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Well, have a good rest for the upcoming matches. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Kerry. Congratulations to Richard and the Alpine SG Pipers for winning the boat player of the match. And now, Richard, he's won his last 2 matches. The format seems to be working well for him. What is it about his skill that this just falls into place?
Well, we saw the Mexican wave here in the auditorium. He's the boat player of the match, and he's riding that wave. He's full of confidence right now. He's in top form, and his style asks difficult questions to his opponents, and they have to burn time on the clock, and he's so sensitive to those moments, when to change the pace, when to pounce, and so far paying off.
And the clock played a big factor in this match as well. 20 minutes, no bonus time. We saw how the end of this played out against a grandmaster, Peter Swidler, as they're trying to get the moves in, but perfection there by Richard in this end game. How impressive was that, James?
Very impressive, especially under the time constraints as well. I mean, you're playing a very strong, 8, 9-time Russian champion. I mean, it's very hard to play under these time constraints sometimes too as well. I mean, having 20 minutes, no increment, and then the time gets low, anything can happen. I mean, you saw with the Firouzja and the Magnus game, anything can and it will happen, in fact, when you get low on time. So you have to really be aware of this, and actually, like I like to say, the 17th piece, because you have 16 pieces and then the clock, and you have to pay attention to this because it doesn't matter if you run out of time.
Yeah, and sometimes the clock is more important than even what's going on over the board. Now, again, at the start of the match, when Magnus walked in, no smiles there. After this win, are you expecting him to be in a better mood coming in tomorrow?
I don't know. Magnus, it's all about his individual performance. He's got very, very high standards for himself. He knows today wasn't necessarily the best game. Yes, the team got it done on his behalf, but I think until he gets that first individual win, Magnus will not be happy.
Yeah. He's really waiting for that. He's had 2 draws and a loss so far. Now coming to the upgrade Mumba Masters, put yourself in the shoes. If you're the coach of that team, what are you telling them right now?
Yeah, we need to get the black pieces, number 1. Number 2 is actually just kind of chill. Hey, guys, we haven't lost every match. That's good. That's okay. We can't win every match, and we understand that. We're high-level players here. And just get some good team camaraderie and prepare and be ready for the next rounds.
Let's take a look at the standings, the leaderboard, as we go into the final match of day 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And this is where we are. The Alaskan Knights, they're giving a nightmare to every single team leading the board. 4 out of 4, they're 49 game points. And Alpine SG Pipers have climbed up to 3rd place with that victory against the upquad Mumba Masters. The Triveni Continental Kings on 2nd place. Now, David, the aim in this event is to get to top 2, to get to the finals of the Global Chess League. Still too early. We can expect so many turnarounds because of the scoring system here.
Exactly, and to coin a cliche, you cannot win the tournament in the first 4 rounds, but you can certainly kind of knock yourself out of it. And right now, you have to be there or thereabouts. You have to pick up a match win here or there. For the Ganges Grandmasters, it's real crunch time now. They need to just get on the scoreboard. It's all about that flow.
Absolutely, and everyone watching, you guys have to be right here because we've got one more match coming up. It's the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Ganges Grandmasters. Now, the Kings are doing well. They're on 2nd place on that leaderboard, but for the Ganges Grandmasters, this is a big one. Is it fair to say that this is almost a must-win match for them?
Yes.
Yes, 100%, 1,000%, yes. Yeah, you really need to win here. Of course, if you don't, it's just you may... Not that you'll be out, but it's like it sucks. It hurts here. And also, Triveni Continental Kings is a heavy hitter match right now. I mean, they are on fire, especially after what Firouzja just did in the last 2 matches. He's playing very well, and the team is going to follow that too. When you have obviously your icon playing very well, you want your team, like, I want to play well. We all want to play well when you see that, right? So if the Ganges Grandmasters can be able to take them down, oh, yeah, that's going to be huge for them, 100%.
Ganges Grandmasters, headlined by 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand. They've got to get the job done in this must-win match that's coming up next, and we will dive deeper into that in just a few. You stay tuned with us. It's been a roller coaster day 3, and we started with a win for the PBG Alaskan Knights against the Ganges Grandmasters. Anish Giri holding a draw against Vishwanathan Anand. We then had the American Gambits going down to the Triveni Continental Kings. The action continued later with our third match, as we also saw Hikaru Nakamura lose a dramatic endgame to Alireza Firouzja, and finally Magnus Carlsen's Alpine SG Pipers getting the win against the upgrad Mumba Masters. And of course the action still continues, as we've got one final matchup still coming. Yavanka, you were calling the action on this very match. We see the world number 1 there, Magnus. He's got to be feeling happy. What was the highlight for you from day 3?
From day 3, it has to be the way that PBG Alaskan Knights have just dominated this event so far. And their match in the very first day, very first moment, was just incredible, because they turned their luck around. And that's so rare to do it collectively. It's like there was some fantastic team spirit where they all were in trouble and then they all got out of it.
Yeah, I'll call it the PBG Alaskan Magicians at this point. I mean, it's just they're getting it done every single time. It doesn't matter, and they're winning. And so we have to see if they continue the streak.
Now, the two teams that are coming up next, right, the Triveni Continental Kings and the Ganges Grandmasters, it's their second match of the day, so endurance is going to be a factor. What do you think? How are they feeling? Because the Kings are doing well, but the Ganges lost their previous match.
Right, and also the Ganges lost the very first match, so they've had a long time to wait. So they've had a long time to think about what's happened. They've had to burn some energy waiting. So I think it's going to be particularly arduous for them. When it comes to Triveni, they're just on a roll, right? They're just winning everything now after their disaster in round 1. But for the Ganges, it's all about striking back now. It has to be done.
It's a must-win match for the Ganges Grandmasters. Now, the Global Chess League, the clock has played such a big role. It's all about the speed for these icons on the board, and they've been living up to that pressure. But we here at the Global Chess League put the icons on some time pressure off the board. Take a look.
Who was your chess hero?
So my chess hero growing up was the world champion Garry Kasparov. I watched many of his games, and actually the openings I played as a kid were the same openings that he was playing the top level events.
My chess heroes were Michael Tal and Bobby Fischer. Tal for his style, and Fischer for his style and his story in a way.
And how did you get into chess?
So I got into chess through my brother and my stepfather. Both of them were strong amateur players, and therefore I went to a lot of tournaments with them, and naturally I picked up the game from being around it.
My mother taught me how to play. So back in 40 years ago, you typically learned it from a family member, and I was very lucky that my mother knew how to play chess, so that's how I got into the game.
What is your first chess memory?
So my first chess memory would be from the 1995 United States Chess Open, which was held in Concord, California. I remember being in what we call the Skittles room, or where people analyze, and I remember playing against a FIDE master from the Philippines by the name of Oscar Tan. That's my first memory.
One memory stands out. In the very first tournament I played, I lost my first 3 games. In the 4th game, I got a bye, and I was so proud when I went back home. I won.
And how do you switch off from chess?
Oh, for me, it's quite easy to switch off from chess because I spend all day streaming chess. So once I'm done with my streams or playing here, pretty much I just don't think about it at all. It's just gone. It's out of sight, out of mind. Also, I think it helps have a lot of other interests, because when you have other interests, there are many things that take up your time.
Switching off is a piece of cake. Switching on again is a tricky one. At the end of the tournament, you always... it's a couple of nights you will not sleep, so it's very hard to switch off in that sense. I think, all the emotions you have in the tournament are all again. But then eventually you calm down. And a good way to do it is simply to disconnect. Just stay away from chess for 4 or 5 days, and then you'll slowly recover.
And what advice would you give your younger self?
Advice that I give to my younger self would certainly be to enjoy the journey and just believe that, when you reach the end, good things will happen. I think it's very easy to stress out and worry about what the future holds, but I think if you really believe in everything and that it's going to work out, I think things would have been a little bit better perhaps for me.
I would rather not spoil the journey, but I would say that it turns out okay in the end.
Some wise words there, and the journey continues here at the Global Chess League. And now both Vishwanathan Anand and Hikaru Nakamura have inspired a generation of chess players, and it was amazing to hear them talk about what motivates and their relation to the game. I want to ask you guys here, Jovanka, who was your inspiration growing up?
Growing up, I guess it was Judith Polgar, because she was a few years older than me, and I just followed every single game that she played alongside her sisters. I mean it, like every game she played. Magazines, articles, I was there reading.
And how important is it when you're young to have an icon, to have an inspiration like that to look up to and say, hey, I want to be like that when I grow up?
You know what, it actually is. It's very important because it shapes who you are and the choices that you make. In fact, Hikaru said, Bobby Fischer and Anand said that, which is like a Tal and Fischer, which is crazy. And that's good because you become an aggressive player. Mine is Tal too. I always say that's my grandfather. I'm like, oh, shout out to grandfather Tal, because of the style of chess that you embody from that, and it actually makes you a better player as you grow and get older.
And we're going to have some of the best players in action, including Vishwanathan Anand, as Ganges Grandmasters will take on the Triveni Continental Kings. And that is the match that is coming up next. Let's take a look at our lineup and look at that. For Alireza Firouzja, he's been on fire this season. Takes down world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura, and here he is playing against the legend Vishwanathan Anand. What happens when these two clash? It's a clash of generations, but Alireza right now on fire. Jovanka, your predictions?
Yeah, Alireza is just very, very strong. The way that he took down Hikaru was extremely impressive. So that is going to be something that Vishy is going to bear in mind. And perhaps he's going to play in a very solid way just to neutralize.
And looking down on this, we've got the 4 superstar boards, we've got the prodigy board as well. Which matchup pops out to you, James, as one that perhaps could be key for this one?
You got world number 3, Arjun Erigaisi versus Wei Yi, who is an absolute problem. He's a very vicious player. He loves to attack, but also Arjun does too. So what happens when you put those two together is going to be some fireworks.
We are expecting fireworks, and of course we also see Sindarov versus Volodar there on the Prodigy board. That's going to be a big one as well. It is a team event. Every board matters, every move matters in this one. And now once again, we've got the toss coming up. How important will it be, especially for the Ganges, to get the colour they're hoping for?
It's going to be incredibly important because, you know, they really need to get motoring. And I think it's easier to do that with the white pieces. I know that you score more with black, James. I know. But I think with the white pieces, less risk. They're able to control the pace of the game. And if they can just play fast, they're in with a good shot. These are great players.
They really are, and we are about to find out. The toss, the tournament directors is ready, the coaches are ready, and here we've got the toss, and let's see, it is the Triveni Continental Kings who win the toss, and as you said, Jivanka, they do start with the white pieces, which means if you win, you get 3 points with white, and we've got Kati with the coaches right now.
It is second match today for Triveni Continental Kings, and you won the toss, you choose white colors. Earlier you had black colors and you won the match. What has been changed?
Well, nothing has changed. It's actually the second time that I won the toss. First time I won the toss, I chose white. We lost the match. So, but I'm not superstitious, and I think chess has to decide, not like believes in you know, some superstition, you know.
Right. So the team is prepared right now to get the white colors, or it will be the surprise also for the team to have this?
Yes, it will be a surprise for the team as well. So, but I had also the feeling that Gangas also wanted white, so I just wanted to be a pain. That's all.
The opponent's team coach told me that you might wanted to have white colors for this match. Is that true?
Not particularly. I would say we would have chosen black as well, and because we were very close in the last match, and yeah, we were kind of having black in mind as well.
Right, it is so difficult to have losses for the team, obviously. As a coach, how you're supporting them, how you're putting team together?
No, we are trying to be in good spirits and just reminding them that we have just been a bit unlucky, and all the matches were very close. There hasn't been much difference between the teams, as the score suggests. So that's what I've been reminding them of, and hopefully we'll have a break soon. Yeah, maybe in this game.
And the break for the Ganges Grandmaster, it needs to come right now. This is the moment. They haven't won a single match, and now when you start with white for the Kings, you are the one who's dictating the opening moves, the nature of play. How hard is it going to be for the Ganges Grandmasters to counter that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, having the white pieces is like having the serve in tennis. You do get that extra advantage, but the advantage with playing black is that you are able to react, and you are likely to actually lob in the first surprise as well.
What do you think? You know, Vishnu said that we are fine with the black pieces. Was he giving that away, James, right there?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I'm not sure.
They're feeling like, we got to fight. You know, they're like,
I don't believe that.
They have to fight, right? That's what they want to do, and they're going to bring it here, obviously, with what they have, and they have to do it here. So, I mean, no psychological pressure, but it's pressure.
It's pressure. It's full pressure. The match is coming up on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We are ready, just moments away from the final match of the day. The fans are ready, we are ready, and the teams have arrived. They are ready to enter the field of play. It's time to join Katie on the floor.
That's right. It's time to make some noises for our teams. We have here Triveni Continental Kings against Ganges Grandmasters. And we have Triveni Continental Kings, Ali Reza Firuza, Vehwi, Timur Rajabov, Alexandra Kostyuk, Valentina Gunina, and Yovir Sindarov. In the Ganges Grandmasters, we do have Vishy Anand on the icon board, Arjun Ergasi, Parham Maksudlu, Vaishali, Nurgul Salimova, and Boldar Mursin.
The teams are lined up. They're ready to get locked in. We see the Ganges Grandmasters. They're headlined by Vishwanathan Anand. Triveni Continental Kings will have Ali Reza Firuza. And that means it's time for us to join our excellent commentators, Sagar Shah and David Howell.
Thank you, Tanya. We are going to witness a clash of generations on the first board between Vishy Anand and Ali Reza Firuza, and it's going to be a very exciting matchup. And to take you through this match, joining me is the three-time British champion, Grandmaster David Howell. Hello, David.
Hello, Saga. It's great to be here with you. And what a match. It's going to be the climax of the day, the final match. And what are your predictions as the players get ready to make their first move?
I think it's an extremely important match for both sides because Triveni Continental Kings are trying to reach the top spot. They are at number 2 position right now. A win here will make a claim to go to the leaderboard. But for the Ganges Grandmasters, they have lost all their matches. They need to get back here.
This is crunch time. Every point matters, every game point, match point, of course, come the end of regulation time once the teams have faced each other twice. But yeah, just the focus that's needed, and we might see some risk-taking from the Ganges Grandmasters in their desperation to get on the scoreboard.
Absolutely, and Vishy Anand is going to have his task cut out there on the top board because he's facing the man in form, the man who's taken down Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, I don't think anyone envies him, Vishy Anand, this job. He's also got the black pieces. Firuza so dangerous with white, and with the white pieces we'll be able to choose the nature of the game. But yeah, Anand, I think a draw would be a great result for him. Anything more, just a bonus.
Right, and on board 2 we have Arjun Erigaisi and Wei Yi, and I think here it feels like Arjun wants to break out in this tournament but has been held to a draw. 3 games, 3 draws.
Yeah, he's not played badly, Arjun. He's just been slightly frustrated. He's had winning positions, not able to find that killer instinct yet. But he might get that chance here. Wei Yi, very aggressive. This one is going to be really unpredictable as we see the handshake and we're off.
And we are off. What? Knight C3? Wow. What is it called? The Dunst opening or what is it?
Wow, I don't even know the name of this first move. It's so rare at the top level. Normally you want to fight for the center with pawns. It looks like this might transpose into what we call the Jabava London system, Saga. Yes. Some mind games in the early stage. We see James Canty, one of his favorite openings.
Right.
He's cheering.
He's cheering for this. And this is so interesting because, you know, for Vishy, when he was at his prime, let's say the world champion, this opening was maybe considered as dubious.
Exactly. It barely existed, this opening. It was only played by a handful of loyal players, but now it's mainstream, it's well known, and Firuza has won some games. He also, I should mention, started with Knight C3 in a tournament earlier this year and beat a world-class opponent, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with this move.
Okay, so here we see Vishy capturing the pawn, pawn takes, and playing A6 to stop any knight jumps or a bishop coming there.
Yeah, a great move. There was a threat in the position. In the meantime, though, black is slightly falling behind the development, so I would expect a knight or bishop to be developed. There we go. Trying to fight for the center.
Comes out.
Bishop comes out, pins.
And pawn comes in, and Vishy quickly chops it off. You know, one of the things that I think Anand does really well is that he knows his openings well, and he plays them and does not get into problematic positions out of the opening.
Yeah, with both colors, right?
Yeah.
Anand often applies nice pressure with white. He has full control there. With black, rock solid, hard to beat. And interesting clash of styles there. Firouzja, though, signaling his aggression as we get ready to see boards 3 and 4 start.
Right, and in this one, it's Temur Rajabov who is on half a point out of 3, taking on Parham Maksudlu, who is on 1 out of 3.
Yeah, both players not quite at their best so far. Rajabov finally getting a draw after 2 losses to start the tournament. Maksudlu, it's been up and down. Very chaotic, his games, and often a bit too slow on the clock. So early start here. It's the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit declined.
Right, and Maksudlu today had an absolute heartbreak against Mamedyarov. He was dominating the entire game and then blundered right at the very end and lost.
Oh, that's the most difficult defeat in chess, is when you dominate for 50 moves. One slip, one moment taking your eye off the ball because of the clock in that situation. And he was punished. You can tell body language here, Saga. Maksudlu on the right side of our camera there doesn't look too excited yet.
Right, and Temur Rajabov, just after his draw in the last match, went back into the team dugout and said, you know, the strategy is simple. I don't need to lose. And then the team does the rest of the job. So I think he wants that. He wants a solid draw here and then let his team do the job.
Yeah, that worked well in the previous match. And often that's how you play yourself into form. If a player isn't feeling great, often the first step is to just avoid defeat. Only later, once you feel fully confident, then you push for the wins later in the event when it really matters.
Yeah, and right now Maksudlu having that slightly weird knight development from B8 to D7 to B6. But the nature of the position is quite well known. And they're playing this Carlsbad structure, as they call.
Yeah, the Carlsbad structure often means it's very locked up in the center. Play tends to switch to the flanks. We see lots of slow maneuvering as the players fight for squares. They often have a debate over which pieces to trade, which pawns to push, and we'll come back to that slower game a bit later as we see the staggered start, and it's boards 5 and 6 soon to begin. It looks like the players are eager, especially Sindarov there, looking off at the camera. What are your predictions on these bottom 2 boards?
Well, right now, Gunina seems to be in tremendous form. She hasn't lost a single game. And so, also for Salimova, she's been playing phenomenally well. She had a great position against Kashlinskaya, but she lost that. And here, on the junior board, or the prodigy board, I think both these youngsters are very, very good. It's just that they have to find their form in this one.
They have to find their form. This might well be where it's decided if, as we predict, the top boards are likely to be solid. And a slightly rare move, this last one, a small, innocent pawn push. This is what we call the Italian game, the Italian opening. Lots of slow maneuvering usually, but a fresh take on it.
Yeah, A3 is like, preparing the Ivan's Gambit.
Advancing pawns potentially is his next part of the plan. As we see the pieces come out, we'll often see all 32 pieces, 16 each there, just stay on the board for a long, long time. The tension in this game is likely to happen later in the middle game.
Right, and as of now, all games look even except for one, the icon board. And you know, David, Alireza Firouzja is going all out against Vishy Anand.
Wow, Alireza Firouzja, if we see on the camera nearest us, those white pawns are marching. They're stepping forward. The black king still in the center, but it never really wants to castle to the king side, to the right flank there, because you're walking into the eye of the storm, walking to a ready-made attack.
Right, and for now, Alireza is just bringing his knight back. And David, perhaps this knight is angling towards this very tricky square.
Ooh, it's heading in that direction. Sometimes you've got to go back in order to go forward, and that's what knights do sometimes. Black really needs to strike. Anand here, I think he needs to go for the white king. I'm not sure how. White's king is nicely, safely defended right now. Lots of pawns in front of it, but it looks like a race of mutual attacks. Right now, white is ahead.
Right, and if you try to hurl your pawns down the board, it would take a lot of time. And look at that. Vishy saying, I'm not scared of your attack. Bring it on.
Wow, is this genius? Is this madness? Is this a bluff by Anand? He's saying, come at me, bro, but Firouzja does not hesitate. Yeah. Look at those 2 white pawns, Saga.
I'm actually very scared. And you know, David, maybe not G6 because that square is well guarded, but what about pushing this pawn and creating all these weaknesses?
Yeah, the black king really sweating. either pawn push is going to be on Anand's mind for the next 10, 20 moves probably. It's going to be lurking it there in the air, and you can never relax. This win probability we see, 63%. For once, I do trust it. It looks terrifying for black.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can feel it. You can feel that energy from that video there. Alireza feels like he wants to crush there. And look at Vishy's move. Rook moves up. He's basically saying to Alireza that while you are attacking with your pawns, I'm going in with my pieces.
Yeah, beautiful way of putting it there, Saga. Maybe we can show what his ideas might be next. The black rook might slide one square across. The black queen might jump out on her diagonal. Black is very much saying, okay, I'm going to use those pieces. I might need to sacrifice some of them, but I want to open up the white king. But yeah, this strategy, often pushing pawns is easier. Attacking with pieces requires a lot of creativity. Alireza, can he strike first? That's the big question.
Right, and here Alireza brings his bishop out and he is angling at this pawn. He may want to push this and weaken this entire structure here.
Yeah, and now he's actually threatening your move, Saga, that pawn to h6. Let's highlight that one. We call it Harry the h-pawn. It often does a lot of damage. Now, if black were to bypass that pawn, the white queen would zoom up and in, and we might even see a very quick checkmate.
Checkmate, because the knight could never move here. So just to show this, if pawn moves here, you push this, it comes up, and perhaps this is a big problem. The only problem here is that perhaps the queen gets traded, but this is a perpetual threat in the position.
Exactly. It means the black queen can never move away. Here, the tension between the queens saves black, but Vishy Anand here, he cannot move his queen. I think that would be fatal, and oh, he's going to be feeling the heat. It's like you said, outside of his comfort zone early on. Firouzja just so full of confidence.
Absolutely, and this one, if Vishy manages to hold this, it would be quite a great thing for the Ganges Grandmasters. Now let's move on to board number 4, where Alexandra Koschenyuk is taking on Vaishali, and Vaishali has had a pretty rough start at this event. She's played 3 games and lost all of them.
Yeah, she's the only player yet to score a result, a draw or a win so far, Vaishali. It's been tough. She came close. The previous game, she only lost on the clock, not on position. But sometimes you do need that stroke of luck in order to just change your form, in order to really reinvigorate your tournament. Right now, it looks like a great success in the opening for her.
It looks fantastic. She has 2 extra minutes on the clock. She's broken in the center. She could go on the long side with her king. She could go to the short side. So looking good. And, you know, that's the thing about these youngsters. They are so determined when they don't do well. It's not like they let this entire thing roll off and, you know, they keep losing. They come back.
Exactly. It's all about belief. It's not about how many losses you take. It's about those critical matches, standing up, getting those wins when it really matters for the team. So far, of course, tough start for the Ganges Grandmasters, but if she gets a win here, she will believe it's a new tournament. Right now, we love Black's position because look at it. She's inviting that final piece to the party. That black rook in the corner was asleep. Now it's beautifully centralized. The center is about to explode, and all of Black's pieces are perfectly poised. She's facing a former women's world champion, Alexandra Koschenyuk, though, and Koschenyuk will be looking at ways to just take the sting out of Black's army here.
Right, and so this one is looking good for the Ganges Grandmasters, but we have some tremendous developments on board, on the junior board, on the prodigy board. It seems like maybe there was some kind of action that has happened, but perhaps it's nothing too significant, David.
Nothing too significant. I think for a moment, the computer, the evaluation was getting excited, but there was just a transmission error. This one is a very quiet game, actually, with Volodar Mertzin holding his own. Look at all the bishops. They're about to disappear. White has just captured a bishop. So it looks like White has an extra piece, but no, there we go. It disappears. Very stodgy, very solid play. And it's going to be all about pawn pushes. All 8 pawns for each side on the board. Until you push those pawns forward, there will be no open lines, no avenue of attack.
Yeah, for now it looks very even here. But what is not even, David, is the game between these 2 mavericks, Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. And you can already see from the video that Arjun's king is in the center, and the last move was bishop chopping the pawn, and it is a mistake.
Wow, Wei Yi gambling, going all in, as we would say in games like poker. He's basically sacrificed the bishop and saying, I'm checkmating you. But if he doesn't checkmate, He's down a piece, down at least 2 or 3 points, and he's not going to win this game long term. Saga, I was actually joking with some of the other commentators earlier today. There have been so many missed potential sacrifices, strong sacrifices on this E6 square, but this is one of those cases where it doesn't work.
It doesn't work, but way he says, well, I'm going to make it work. And for now, Arjun would have taken it back, but he's actually thinking, should he take this knight first? No, he takes it, queen moves in, and the bishop has to go back so that it's not captured. And the rook comes instantly. Look at Wei.
Yeah, it is scary, I've got to say. Yes, this should be a good position for Black if Black can find all of the best accurate moves and defend for his life over the next few turns, but no guarantee there. So easy to go wrong. The Black King can never castle now. The White Queen is deeply entrenched there. Oh, I would be really scared if I were Arjun. I wouldn't be surprised if he invests 4 or 5 minutes here trying to navigate his way to safety.
Well, I think the best man for the business for such defense is Arjun. You know, he loves to calculate, and I think he would be right now thinking, I just need to find, like, as you said, 10 good moves and I win.
Exactly.
But it's not easy. It's not at all easy. And we'll see if Arjun manages to do that, David. For now, maybe the best move is to trade off one of the attacking pieces with rook coming in.
That's right. We say when attacking, 3 is the magic number. You need at least 3 pieces to coordinate together, to target the enemy king, to break down, to overwhelm the defenders. Right now, there's 2 moves that come to mind, Saga. Bishop takes knight is also very tempting. You can remove the attackers simply. Bishop takes knight. Maybe you start with your rook move as well, or follow up with your rook move.
Right.
If you can trade off the knight and 1 white rook, white only has 2 pieces and will not have sufficient attacking chances.
That's not enough. Yeah, that's well put there, David. And so Arjun, while he's thinking about all of this, we need to go back to our icon board where Ali Reza was putting pressure on Vishy. And now this has translated into the time difference. You can see that Ali Reza has 15 minutes, 40 seconds, while Vishy's down to 10.5 minutes.
Ooh, we were talking about how solid Vishy is usually with his openings, but this is one rare occasion where he's been caught out, and that is reflected on the clock. Right now, Ali Reza, he does what we call a rook lift. Rook sliding up the board here, ready to slide left to defend, maybe to the right later to attack.
Exactly, that's such a multi-purpose move, and Vishy now trades off one of the pieces, but it has not eased his task. As you said, David, these 2 pawns could move, either one of them could move, and there's this very big kind of sword hanging on Vishy's head.
Oh, this is terrifying. Like you said, that sword dangling is going to make Vishy look up and just burn so much time on the clock in the near future. That being said, if he doesn't strike now, Firouzja, then the other black rook will mobilize for the first time, slide across. Black has some threats of his own along that open line. So he's not out of it, Vishy. I would say, yes, white's position is preferable, but you still need that killer blow to finish things off.
Absolutely, and right now, I think both these pawn moves look so tempting. You can push either of them, and I think Firouzja is just trying to analyze which one is better.
Ooh, yeah, sometimes that's not a nice situation to be in, where you have too many tempting options, because that's when you delve a bit too deep, you fall down the rabbit hole, you burn 5, 6, 7 minutes on the clock, and then you realize, wait, they're both good. Why did I waste that time anyway? Sometimes you just need to trust your instincts, and I'm sure, as you say, we'll see a pawn push, and Firouzja go for glory, go for gold against the Black King. It just looks so tempting to open things while white has these 2 bishops.
True. Okay, let's wait for Vishy's Firouzja's decision here. But before that, let's quickly check what's happening on board number 5 here between Valentina Gunina and Nurgul Salimova. It's simplified quite a lot, David, because you can see that both sides have only 1 pair of minor pieces on the board. Gunina has a knight, Salimova has a bishop, but it does feel that white has some pressure here.
I fully agree. It's as if Black got things back to front, just like Gunina's cap here. Black has the wrong minor piece. Black would love to have a dark squared bishop, for example. Her light squared bishop potentially very, very bad if it has to land on a passive square. And white's knight being temporarily misplaced, that's the one kind of benefit for Black right now.
Right, and I think white's plan is simple. You bring your rook up, get the other rook in, put pressure here, and then slowly the knight jumps here, there, and you know, this is going to be quite some defending task ahead for Salimova.
Yeah, good knight versus bad bishop, as we say. Black's bishop, we're calling it bad because black has this isolated pawn in the center of the board. Pawns love to have friends. They love to have mates just hanging out there, but this one is lonely and easily attackable.
Absolutely. And this match is so evenly balanced here, David. Firouzja is pressing on board 1 for the Triveni Continental Kings, while Arjun is better for the Ganges Grandmasters on board 2. And rest of all the games look equal. Let's go quickly and check the Prodigy board. What's happening between Javokir Sindarov and Volodar Murzin here?
Ooh, I was talking about how quiet this was, Saga. Suddenly, that is no longer the case. It looks like both players taking risky decisions to try and go for it.
Yeah, this pawn push by Sindarov is just so risky because it has given black a passed pawn now, which cannot be stopped by any other pawn. But at the same time, the knight in the center looks very strong.
Looks very strong and hard to break down. And now a move we call en passant. You take the white pawn as if it just moved 1 square. This is just a one-time offer, and it only happens when your pawn is on your 5th rank and white tries to bypass you. You say, nope, capture, and suddenly the position opens up.
Right, and I guess he has to take with the knight here, and maybe, David, things might just sort of equalize here. As you can see, the win probability, it's saying it's all even here. But, yeah, we don't know. These are 2 youngsters. They are very ambitious. They might find some way to spice things up. As you can see, he took on c6 first.
Ooh, okay, attacking the black queen. And next move, he will recapture that intruder, that black pawn. And like you say, Saga, so much blood has been spilled on the Prodigy boards. It feels like that's where both teams often are just going for each other. It's that optimism of youth, right? Both players will believe they have good positions. I think rightfully so here. And we'll see whether they take any significant risks a bit later. Okay, the knight recaptures. We'll see the material level out. Now it's level pawns, level pieces, and equality.
Right, and for now, we have this game roundabout even. Let's go to board number 4, where Alexandra Koschenyuk is under some pressure against Vaishali, but you can see that Vaishali has not made her move. You know, she's thinking here. She has 12 minutes on the clock. She has to come out of that thing where she has had 3 losses. You know, it's not easy.
It's not easy at all. You still have to trust your instincts, but after you've had a few pieces of bad luck, as Vaishali has, it slows you down. It makes you second guess yourself. Suddenly you look at moves, you double check them, you triple check them, you don't believe yourself. And okay, right now, I think if this were a confident Vaishali, maybe before the tournament, she would have made a decision. Push a pawn in the center, trade a pawn in the center, open up your bishop. Either way, you try to go for the white king, open up lines, basically. The black queen, black rooks, perfectly poised as well. But yeah, it looks like she's frozen a bit. She's still got slightly more time than Koschenyuk and still a preferable position. But yeah, definitely the tension building on this board, and often that means drama, fireworks a bit later.
Right, and so let's go back to our icon board here. Alireza Firouzja. Ooh, he's burning his time there, David. You mentioned when there are many good opportunities, sometimes it's not a great thing because then you have to think a lot.
Exactly. He's actually low on the clock. And look at Firouzja on the camera there, a bit frustrated. He leaned back. He was like, come on, I just need to make a move. Any move. A glance at the clock. That was obvious as well. Yeah. He's starting to get a bit twitchy suddenly.
Yeah, and he's actually fallen below Anand's time. He had 15 minutes on the clock and now 9.5 minutes. Vishy might also be feeling good right now. You know, the fact that he's no longer so much behind on the clock.
Exactly. Confidence starts to build as you see your opponent show some signs of indecision, essentially, here. And Firouzja, we were talking about those 2 pawns for white to push. Not that many other obvious moves. It looks like those are the 2 main candidates, but either way, he has to move quickly. 5-minute time advantage, suddenly 1-minute disadvantage. Momentum could start to turn.
Absolutely, and Vishy Anand is known for his defensive skills. Who knows, maybe here, if he manages to hold and Arjun manages to strike on board 2, Ganges Grandmasters might be looking at their first team victory.
Exactly. They, again, have started this match in decent shape. Anand may be the only player in trouble. But, yeah, it has been the time scrambles that have cost them so far in this event, Saga. They need to make sure they don't get into these nervy situations with only 1 minute left. That's where the blunders have begun.
Absolutely. Is this the longest thing of the tournament? He's been thinking for 7 minutes now.
Wow, I think you might be right. There's just no time. There's literally, I mean, that's nearly a third of your time, 7 minutes out of your original 20. Oh, and he's still in the tank. He's still not trusting his instincts.
It's like, you know, you want to go to dinner and you have some great options in front of you and you just can't choose what to eat.
Exactly. Or maybe your friends invited you for drinks beforehand. Maybe you have a football match you could watch. You just need to pick something to do and commit to it.
And right now, Ali Reza might just get a little bit flustered there and make a blunder or make a mistake because you don't really think for like 8 minutes. That's more than 30% of your time in the game without increment, David. He pushes, finally.
He pushes finally. Yeah, that's crazy, Saga. There was a clear shake of the head as well, just before he made that move. Really frustrated with himself.
He could have done this in 1 minute.
Exactly. The same move quicker would have been better, simply. And it was definitely his first instinct. Big question now for Anand, however. If you bypass that pawn, if you push the black pawn that's now just been attacked, you do allow the white queen in. This looks almost suicidal. It just looks terrifying.
But your knight can come and try to defend this square. But as you said, like take, and now just attack this knight. There might be no good way to save.
Yeah, maybe the black queen can slide back and try to swap off its counterpart, but this Laos rook takes knight. You're right, this is terrifying. Maybe black would have had to sacrifice a pawn, but we can delve deep here. This is really
This is not a good
scary.
idea to push the pawn. So actually, Vishy's kingside is kind of getting ripped apart.
Yeah, and if Vishy can't play the move he wants to block things up, normally when you have knights against bishops, knights thrive in block positions. If you cannot block things, yeah, those bishops will come to life. Suddenly, lines will open up towards the Black King. So hopefully for Vishy Anand fans, he's been using those 8 minutes that Firouzja was thinking to come up with a plan himself. But still, right now, a pause for Anand.
Yeah, right now, it seems like the best idea is to put the knight here. But let's wait for Vishy's reply. But meanwhile, some action on board number 3 between Temur Rajabov and Parham Maksudlu. You know, somehow, Maksudlu always keeps pieces on the board. I've never seen his game sort of, pieces getting traded and draws happening. Something about him.
He has this tricky, sticky type of style, Saga. I've been lucky enough to play Maksudlu on many occasions, and like you said, somehow he will always choose the most annoying move. He'll just always keep the pieces on, always ask you questions, always give you 6 tempting moves on every turn, and eventually he'll try and bamboozle you when it reaches the height of complexity. But right now, retreating those black knights, it says there the win probability slightly in black's favor, but all pieces on the board, this could definitely go either way.
Yeah, this one, I think the win probability for black is because of Rajabov's form here, perhaps. But, Temur also has a pretty good position. Look at the clocks. Both have 8 minutes, 50 seconds, and Vishy Anand has just made his move. Let's go back to the first board. Oh my God, is this happening? What we discussed.
Wow.
It is on the board. The Anand did not here move his knight. He actually pushed his pawn.
Wow, you predicted the future. You're a prophet, Saga. And right now, it looks like Anand is thinking on the most obvious possible move. But, okay, he does recapture the bishop. There was an option of dropping the black knight back and hitting the white queen. But, okay, we do see what we predicted. Rook does slide over to f3. This is something we saw 2 minutes ago. Huge threat.
It's a huge threat, and David, the only defense which you were talking about, giving up a pawn to attack the queen here, has been played by Vishy. And in fact, Vishy is well known to give up material to defend worse positions. And he's doing that right now. He's given up 2 pawns.
He's given up 2 pawns, and the top players in the world, they do defend actively. They would rather give up 2 pawns, open lines, gain a few moves, gain a bit of time against the opponent's pieces, rather than sit passively and struggle. But 2 pawns are 2 pawns, and
too much, I think.
Yeah.
Because also you can't take here, and because you just lose a piece. I just simply take the knight, and if you take back with the knight, perhaps this is the best move, at least getting back one of your pawns.
It does indeed restore some kind of material balance, but
he doesn't take it. He moves his rook to the center, and Firouzja says, let's trade the queens. I'm happy to go into an endgame now.
And I think the queen's disappearing. It's inevitable. You cannot take that central pawn with the black queen because you would walk into what we call a skewer. And the white rook on the third rank would slide across if black takes that central pawn with his queen. And some back rank problems. Oh, look at this. A skewer is one, and a strong piece has to move out the way, and a lower ranked piece will fall behind it.
Right, so this is not working out for Vishy, and in fact this tournament is becoming quite a tough one for him. He did lose to MVL. Today he was doing really well against Anish Giri, but now Firuza, who's the man of the tournament, is just kind of dominating on the first board.
Yeah, forget man of the match. It's man of the tournament so far. Definitely Firuza. On the bright side, I'm trying to look for positives here for Vishy, for black. Vishy loves his knights. He's well known for favouring those pieces. So if he can somehow win one of the pawns back, somehow survive till deeper in the endgame, maybe some chances.
Right, he's right now calculating all the options that he has to create some play, and Firuza has already shifted his attention to the other boards to see how his team is doing. Well, for now, the match is very, very balanced. In fact, it might be a very good idea to check on the board of Arjun Erigaisi. Did Wei's attack go through, or what's going on there?
Wow, that one is really balanced on the edge of a knife. It's delicately poised, could go either way. Last time we were here, Wei Yi, who you see on the left of your screens there, had sacrificed the bishop. He threw all of his pieces into the attack against the Black King. He still has all of those pieces, but the Black King's still surviving, Sagar. I don't know who I would prefer here. Maybe it's easier to attack as the clocks tick down than defend. But Arjun, as you mentioned, so good at curling up into a ball and finding his way to safety.
But for now, it feels like, both players have almost equal time on the clock, 6 minutes each. And Arjun's king is kind of awkwardly placed, so is his queen. I don't know who to choose. I would go for Wei here.
I would too. I'm normally very, very biased in terms of material. I would rather have something to suffer for. Black here has the extra bishop, but it's just that weird placement of the queen that he's just had to retreat all the way back. Queens want to be in the center of the board, controlling everything, like Wei Yi's piece is right now. He steps back with his knight. Watch out, there's a pin on a black rook. The black dart squared bishop now attacked. But given a question mark.
David, this is a mistake according to the engines, and Arjun has a very powerful move up his sleeve here to pop his queen out from the side. How tough is that move?
Wow, I think unless you told me that one, Saga, I would never have found it. Maybe give me 5 hours, not 5 minutes on the clock. But wow, if that is the best move, normally queens want to go to the center, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
Sliding off to the side, that is bizarre, but I'm going to say it's so difficult to find Arjun reaching out his hand. Big moment.
Yeah.
Will he find the best move?
Will he find that? Because with that, he would be able to coordinate all his pieces. Somehow, no, he's not going for the queen. He's going for something else, it feels.
Yeah.
5 minutes for Arjun. He is capable of finding such moves, but right now the pressure is a bit too much on him.
So many tempting options, so many more natural moves than sliding that queen across. Looks like he was reaching for the bishop a minute ago. Indecision, he took his arm back.
Yeah.
Now he's getting ready to move. Critical moment. He needs to be accurate to survive. But if he does survive, he might thrive later.
And
Ooh, it's a bishop move.
playing the bishop to d8. This was the second best move, David. So, not a bad move there by Arjun. You can see the win probability very high for black if he had found that tricky little move with the queen. But now I think it'll all come back to kind of even.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what I predicted earlier, curling up into a ball. Look how passive black's pieces are, but ultimately they all kind of defend each other. This is something we do not usually recommend, going this passive. It looks timid, but he has that extra bishop to hold on to.
He has the extra piece, and if he manages to hold on here, it would be a very big thing for the Ganges Grandmasters, because right now Ali Reza Firuza is better against Vishy Anand. And what a match this has been, David, because the remaining 5 boards are all even.
Wow, and we're going to see some crazy time scrambles. Not just are the remaining 5 boards all even, but there's still so much tension left, so many pieces scattered around those boards, especially I'm thinking board 3, board 4. So many twists and turns guaranteed at this point, as Wei Yi, not the best move. We see a red cross appear that was stronger, but he's throwing his pawns very logically towards that Black King.
Yeah, he's just saying to Arjun that, look, you are all held up here. Your rook cannot move. Your bishop is guarding this. Your queen is on the side. Why don't I push my pawns forward and open up more lines? Maybe put another pawn into the mix here.
Yeah, I love that move actually from Wei Yi. The more I look at it, the more uncomfortable I would be from the black side right now. But Arjun, he's well known as a good defender. And another good defender, Vishy Anand, he'll have to pull a miracle in order to hold that game for his team. That being said, it's hard to predict this match between these two giants, just really delicately poised.
Right, let's go back to Vishy Anand's game, because you know what, David? He's known for his defensive skills, and maybe he's pulling it together there.
Yeah, it's those knights. I mentioned he loves those knights. He's jumping forward now, but ooh, a bit of nerves as he drops the pawn.
And 3 minutes for Vishy, 4 minutes for Ali Reza. The game has simplified a lot. It can actually, it's still clearly better for white, but maybe Vishy can do the magic with his knight somehow, as David mentions.
He needs a miracle with his knights. The problem is the white bishop, even the worst bishops, they say, are good defenders. The white bishop defends a key pawn. It's also protected itself by that pawn. Great defensive formation, and it's all about white's pass pawn. It's actually that pawn on the far left corner you're highlighting. It's got a clear path, a clear run-through to the angle. It might soon become a queen.
Right, and for now, Vishy needs to figure out where is his counterplay coming from. Which pawn should he push? And there's no real path. But a few moves ago, he was actually doing quite well. He had some chances here, David, but perhaps this move spoilt it a bit, and maybe he had to get his knight back here and defend it this way, stopping the pawn from coming ahead. Not easy to play those defensive moves.
Not easy, especially with 2 minutes on the clock, playing someone as scary as Alireza Firouzja. He went in the wrong direction. They do say backward knight moves are the hardest in chess. Vishy went forward, I think very natural move. But now he realizes there's no good circuit for the black knight as white threatens to take a second pawn. Oh, Alireza now, look how confident he is. He's even looking away. He's leaning back. 2 extra minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Vishy needs to speed up, and he needs to do it so... I mean, he needs a miracle.
Yeah, he needs some kind of counterplay. He's not able to find it, but I think when Vishy thinks a lot, his next few moves, he just blitzes it out. So maybe he's just trying to find a sequence here, and he'll try to continue. He plays his rook up. Alireza pushes. He takes the pawn. But, you know, black pawn is just too slow. It's there. He has the passer, but look at the white guy. Just 3 moves away from queening.
3 moves away, and there's no pieces that can really prevent the promotion of that pawn. The black knight is desperately trying to hop back now. The black knight might have to give its life for that far advanced white pawn, but...
I don't think he could even give it up. Yeah, David, I think the knight would be so happy to trade itself for this pawn. But I don't think Alireza is going to give that chance. Pawn pushes forward. Oh, maybe you can bring your knight back here?
Maybe. You can also give a check with the black knight and take that pawn.
Oh,
but
yeah. Yeah, maybe. But it's not enough, yeah?
It's not enough. The black pawns aren't far enough advanced
he
themselves.
takes the bishop.
Okay, he takes the bishop. He's trying to get his own rook back and behind pawns. This is good advice, generally. You want rooks behind pass pawns. It's the best way of stopping them. But Anand, he's giving a stare down now to Firouzja on the camera. He's looking at him being like, please go astray, please blunder.
Make an error. But what's the error here? Is this move a bad move, David? Even this works, right?
Even this works, and the black rook can slide behind the white king.
I can come here, and then I check you and make a queen.
Exactly. It's over. It's over if Firouzja finds the key move.
Right, so this is actually going down. He gives a check first. Okay.
Next, he's going to, after the black king moves, he's going to move the white king forward.
He's just going to come up here and then push here. So Vishy resigns. And this was actually a dominating performance by Alireza. Very strong play by him. Already scoring his 3rd win in this tournament out of 4. And he was actually a late inclusion in this tournament. So an amazing player for Triveni Continental Kings.
Yeah, leading from the front, striking first blood there. Alireza Firouzja for the Triveni Continental Kings. And a great result for him. All other 5 games still in full flow, though.
And all of them close to being drawn here or equal. You know, Arjun has managed to survive, but not quite the way he would have liked. This is quite a difficult endgame he's in.
really unpleasant for black here. It looks roughly level. Again, it's a rook endgame, but white has an extra pawn. White is the only one who can win this. Black is only fighting for a draw, can never win, unless the clock plays a role. But Arjun, can he hold Wei Yi off right now? Clock situation, slightly behind though. It's going to be difficult.
Oh, 1 minute 29 seconds for Arjun, 2 minutes for Wei Yi. Wow, the clock is going to play a big role.
Yeah, we see the players speed up, especially Arjun there, but Wei Yi, he can make 100 moves here without risking anything.
Exactly, I think Wei Yi is very happy and his moves are also easier to make. I think Arjun, if he manages to save this position, it will be huge.
It will be huge. That's the only way to give the Ganges Grandmasters any chance of getting on the scoreboard this tournament. He's locked in the White King. This is never going to be checkmate, though. The White King can never be attacked.
Right.
And Wei Yi now going for it, pushing forward.
Pushing his pawn forward, and right now what the Ganges Grandmasters need is someone to strike with black and Arjun to hold, but we don't even know who's going to strike there because the Triveni Continental Kings are very solid on all boards, and Alireza has struck already on board 1.
Yeah, they're fighting back from a deficit. They have a mountain to climb now. All of the players with black, and just looking across the other boards, there's not that much action happening. All very balanced. It might be on the clock. They need to be ruthless. But here, Arjun, I love this last move. He's going for a weakness in the white camp. He's made the white rook really passive. That means it's on a defensive square. And it's black's rook in the middle of the board that's controlling everything right now.
Right, and you can see Arjun, he's moving so quickly, and in fact, Wei's time is now almost equal to Arjun. It could very well happen that Wei might go below on time, and maybe it's a wise idea to just agree to a draw here.
Yeah, it's just going to be a 50-50, totally random, if Wei Yi chooses to play on.
He goes up. What's going to happen here, David? I don't know. All 3 results possible.
The more he pauses, the more likely it is that he's going to go for a draw. He takes. Okay, this one is fizzling out. It should end in a draw with best play. Arjun Erigaisi, he needs to keep the speed, though.
Yeah, Arjun shouldn't get too ambitious here and maybe, try to do something on the clock because Wei still has an extra pawn.
He still has an extra pawn. The black king going towards it, though, trying to snack on that pawn. The white king coming back. They're just running out of pieces.
Yeah.
There should be a draw very shortly, unless the clock plays a part.
40 seconds for both sides. I am not expecting any turnaround here. I think this will be a draw. Maybe one of them has to offer a draw. No? Are they going to play with 2? Okay, there you have it. A draw.
Peaceful result, and we move on. This is a great result for the Ganges Grandmasters. They were in trouble on this board. Board 3 might be where they can strike, with Parham Maghsoodloo in the driver's seat against Timur Rajabov.
Wow, Parham Maghsoodloo, what a guy. Today had a better position against Mamedyarov. Now against another Azeri player, Rajabov. Will he manage to win this for his team?
Oh, this is the hero moment. One of these 2 players is going to be smacked on the back by their teammates. It might be Parham Maghsoodloo if he can strike. This last move, maybe not the most accurate. It looked like the Black Queen was actually great on this line, peering down at the White King, but he's making Rajabov nervous here and taking pawns.
Ooh, and we have some action on board number 6 here between Jawokir Sindarov and Volodar Murzin, but it seems like this position is kind of even. Oh, look at how black tried to save this position, and now it's equal. Yeah, like here Murzin took here on f3, beautiful move, and then the queen was given up. Check here. Oh my goodness, he had to bring the queen back. What a sequence there.
What a sequence. We actually jumped in just after some crazy moves from both sides. But the position we're left with now, black has an extra knight. However, it's all about those pawns. And as we saw in that game with Anand, it's a mirror image.
Yeah.
Knights are really bad at stopping these corner pawns.
And actually, even though currently Murzin has an extra piece, the bar is showing that it's equal. Maybe even small possibility for white to be better. What is happening, David?
This is crazy. Normally, knights do overwhelm pawns, they surpass pawns, but right now the black rook is kind of caught in 2 minds. It wants to keep everything together, stop those white pawns advancing, but might not be able to do its job all in its own.
Yeah, he's pushing his pawns. Let's go back to board number 3 because here Parham Maghsoodloo is turning on the heat, David. He's actually winning it for his team, and this win is going to be so crucial because it would give his team 4 points as compared to Alireza's 3 points.
All of the remaining games are going to go down to the last few seconds on the clock here. Both sides under 20 seconds now. Parham Maghsoodloo, he is in control. The White King almost trapped.
Yeah, it's almost a mating attack here. And you can see that Black has 2 extra pawns, now 3 extra pawns. Temur Rajabov has lost this. He's lost a piece. He's trying to move quickly. 12 seconds for Parham, 6 seconds for Temur. Pushing forward, but oh, the pieces are dropping here. But I think Parham is going to make it. The time there, 2 seconds for Temur. He's lost on time. Parham Maghsoodloo wins his game for Ganges Grandmasters.
Wow, that was a clutch victory. He needed that one for his team. In the meantime, there's been a result elsewhere. Alexandra Kostenyuk has beaten Vaishali. Vaishali really suffering this tournament. But still 2 games going.
Yeah.
Still, this match is in full swing.
This is the end of the game between Vaishali and Kostenyuk, and you can see there Vaishali suffering her 4th defeat. Takes here, she resigns from an equal position. She lost, which means that this is the 2nd win for the Triveni Continental Kings. Now 2 boards left, Valentina Gunina and Nurgul Salimova. What's happening there? And also the Prodigy board. Oh my God, David, you need to help us understand, is this a draw? Knight and 2 pawns versus Rook and 1 pawn.
This position is a draw with best play, but look at the clock again. Black only has 24 seconds. Volodar Mertin needs to be quick. Sindarov here might try to flag him. It's impossible to end this game immediately. White can keep it going forever. Look at this. He's checking out his teammates.
Oh.
He knows a draw might be enough.
But I guess he should play on. He should play on. No, oh, he accepts a draw. He's okay with a draw, which means now everything goes to Gunina and Salimova. If Salimova wins, then Triveni Continental Kings are in trouble.
Wow, he's put all the responsibility on the shoulders of his teammate. Look at the clock though, Saga. 7 seconds.
Oh my God, Salimova might just win it for Ganges Grandmasters.
She needs to keep the game alive.
Don't repeat. Yeah, she has to continue.
Just any moves here, as long as she keeps the pieces on the board. She's going to win on time. She's going to win it for her team.
She's winning on time and she resigns. No. Oh, she's offering a draw. No, actually, it's claim a draw. That's not a draw for. She's called the arbiters. Gunina has called the arbiters. Let's listen to what she's saying. Oh, I think she's saying this position has been repeated 3 times, it feels. And now the arbiters have to check.
Wow, this is high drama. The whole match result hinges on this one game. If Salimova as Black is given the benefit of the doubt that she's trying to win, and the position hasn't repeated itself 3 times, she's going to win on the clock.
She will win it because 2 seconds you can't survive this position. And this is not a drawn position at all. The only hope for Gunina and Triveni Continental Kings. Oh, she resigns. Wow. Salimova has done it. And look at Maghsoodloo. He's so happy there. We won, he says. The team has managed to do it.
Wow, it came down literally to the final seconds of this match, but they're finally off the scoreboard, the Ganges Grandmasters. They struck twice with the black pieces, lost twice as well, but it's that point system, the scoring system, that gave them the match victory. High drama.
High drama, and on your screen are the 2 people who made it happen. There you see. There were checks happening. Gunina did not have enough time, and she tried the last thing that she could do, which was to check with the arbiters if the position had repeated thrice. And the arbiters said, unfortunately not, and it wasn't a draw.
It was not a draw. This was not a repetition of the position. The White King was being hunted all around the board. Salimova trying everything she could and ultimately rewarded. And that prodigy board, the agreement of a draw there, it cost them in the end.
Oh yes, if Sindarov would have continued, maybe he would have won on time there. He had 50 seconds as compared to 17 for his opponent. What a match this was, David. Perhaps the most exciting one we have had. Went right until the last move.
Literally the closest match we have had this entire tournament so far. And she's going to get a hero's welcome. Surely Salimova now. She's done it for a team. They're off the scoreboard, and this could change the entire narrative for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is one of those rare instances where, you know, the players who have lost, like Vaishali or Vishy Anand, they would have been quite sad, but the team has won. And so you can see smiles on their faces.
Wow, sighs of relief. I think sighs of tiredness. It's been such a long day for them. 2 matches. Ultimately, they were rewarded for their perseverance.
Absolutely. And as you pointed out, the point scoring system is what has helped Ganges Grandmasters win here. As you can see, 3 points for Ali Reza, 3 points for Koschenyuk. They managed to score 8 points, but because Parham and Nurgul also won, 10 points for Ganges Grandmasters. The final score, 8-10, David.
So close. So many key moments, so many critical decisions. Great save from Arjun Erigaisi there, but it was Parham Maghsoodloo and Salimova, the heroes for the Grandmasters.
Absolutely. And for Firouzja, this must be a small heartbreak there because he played so well on the first board. He beat Vishy Anand and also Koschenyuk delivered. But then maybe Sindarov could have continued. Well, in hindsight, many things could have been done better. But, well, in the heat of the moment, anything can happen. Let's just go to the playing hall where Tanya is waiting there for us.
Ganges Grandmasters get it done when they need it to. A must win for them, and they get on the leaderboard. What a crazy fight it was. Got down to that final game of Salimova. It was Flag City there. Could have gone either way, Jovanka.
Yeah, totally. I mean, persistence pays off because I called it that game earlier. I said it's going to be a draw. It's going to be a draw. Get ready there. And no, Salimova kept on playing, and well played to her. The clock is the 17th piece, unfortunately, and that's a very important thing to remember.
Just incredible scenes. And there's some incredible scenes going on here where we still have 2 players who are analyzing the prodigy both, Sindarov and Murzin. That's what chess does to you. Yes, the match is over, but they can't get enough of it. James, what did you think of that epic battle we just witnessed?
That was an epic round. I was super hype, obviously, because, you know, I love Jabava London, got my course, and like, oh, he beats Anand, and Firouzja's going crazy, but it's a team event. You always have to remember this, right? So, of course, hey, you know, Firouzja wins, but then the rest of the team, man, it's okay. Some people win, some people lose. And the Ganges Grandmasters were able to take it in this round. They needed this win. They absolutely needed it, because if not, you know, they may not even make it the rest of the tournament. Now they're like, oh, we got some confidence, and every win, especially match win, gives you some confidence. So now they're back in this thing for sure.
We look further into this big fight we just witnessed and dive deeper and get you more reactions as the Ganges Grandmasters get their first win. It's against the Triveni Continental Kings. We'll be back in just a few. You stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. A thriller final match that saw 4 decisive games, 2 wins for the Triveni Continental Kings and 2 for the Ganges Grandmasters. But in the end, it all came down to the scoring system, the 4 points for a black victory. And we'll dive deeper into all of that. But right now, we go over to Ketty, who is with the boat, player of the match.
That's right, Tanya. I am with Alexandra Kostyuk, the Women's World Champion. She is the boat player of the match. Alexandra, you had lovely endgame, very beautiful, technically done endgame, but your team lost. How do you feel right now?
Well, yeah, I think the ultimate goal in team events is to win a match as a team. And even, I mean, if you win but the team loses, of course you cannot be happy. So I'm surprised actually to be staying here, because I think the boat player should be like the key player of the match, the one who influenced the final score, and it's definitely not me.
Well, we do have a gift for you, the award for you, and we do have Malcolm Payne himself, the chess player. He knows this feeling, what Alexander just described, Director of International Chess in English Chess Federation. Malcolm, please give the...
You win it anyway. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is chess, and back to you guys.
That was chess queen Alexandra Kostyuk winning the boat player of the match. And that was a big game because she was up against Vaishali, getting that win in. And it looked like things were going to go in Triveni Continental Kings. It came down to that time scramble between Gunina on that board. And how crucial was that? Because at some point, Ivanka, it felt as if Valentina Gunina was completely in control. How does that happen to a chess player?
You just panic, that's it. Or you just get careless, because when I looked at the position, it looked like it was dead equal, nothing in it. And then suddenly, her king was being chased out in the open, and that happens when you're low in time and you just lose control of your nerves. And I think that's exactly what happened there to Triveni Continental Kings.
And this is exactly what the Ganges Grandmasters needed, James. They were desperate for this win. What does this mean going forward to them, and what does this do to their mindset?
Yeah, of course, as you saw in the players' lounge, they were just, smiles, right? And when you get those smiles, just that energy, the emotion, the confidence. Now they're like, you can release. I can breathe a little bit. We won. We feel good. And then that could definitely boost the confidence and the morale of the team, which is definitely going to influence the chess for the future matches.
Yeah, what was really fascinating about this matchup, right? On the icon board, it was Alireza Firouzja who took the win. I mean, that guy is unstoppable right now. It's Firouzja for sure on that board number 1. He takes down the world number 1. He takes down the world number 2. Then he wins against Vishwanathan Anand. But yet the team loses out. And you can't celebrate that win.
No, it's very difficult to celebrate when your team lose, but it was so close, and it was down to the point scoring system. And there are more games available, right? You can't just focus on that one negative point. The Triveni Kings, they've made some comebacks. I'm sure they're going to be making more comebacks.
They've had a few match victories, but this one was super critical for the Ganges Grandmasters. That puts them in the race to make it to top 2, to make it to the finals of the Global Chess League. Let's take a look at the results that we've had from the 4 matches played out on day 3. We started the day with the nightmare. It's the PBG Alaskan Knights with a victory over the Ganges Grandmasters. We then had the Triveni Continental Kings scoring a big one against the American Gambits. We also saw the Alpine SG Pipers, that is Magnus Carlsen's team, taking down Upgrad Mumba Masters. And then a close battle. Look at that margin, a 10-8. That's because the 4 decisive games, it was 2 to Triveni Continental Kings. But the Ganges Grandmaster winning with black, get the job done for them. We saw them in the dugout with Vishwanathan Anand. Having those smiles for his teams, and this is where we are going into a very important day 4. Now remember, it's all about finishing in top 2, and despite that loss, Ivanka, we see that Triveni Continental Kings still in the mix. What kind of turnarounds are you expecting tomorrow?
I'm expecting more of the same drama. I'm expecting players to play very powerful chess, and then on the final minutes, those final seconds, for everything to be undone. But I mean, we've seen everything here. We've seen tactics, lots of fire on the board. We've also seen people in great shape.
And put that into context for us, right, James? Because these are the best players in the world. But with this with this time format that we have, 20 minutes with no bonus, it looks like they're struggling to adapt to that.
Yeah, this is something we usually don't play in any, I mean, unless you're playing Blitz or playing online, and you would play, obviously, no increment. But in high-level tournaments, you always have the increment, and that's just how it is in this day and time. Classical tournaments, rapid tournaments, everything has the increment. So without the increment, it really changes the whole dynamic of the game. You can't have long thinks. You have to move fast. You have to rely more on intuition. And even in positions where you're winning doesn't mean that you're actually going to win if you're low on time. So it definitely changes a lot of the dynamics. So getting used to it, as you see some of the players still aren't, is an adjustment hard for anyone.
Well, they've got to do it, and they've got to do it fast. Still some matches left. The road to the finals, it is heating up. What a day of chess we've had, and what a day of chess we're looking forward to tomorrow. Once again, we will have 4 big matches. The teams will be in action. We start the day with the American Gambits taking on the Ganges Grandmasters. Can the Grandmasters get it done twice in a row? That's exactly what they'll be looking for. We'll be looking forward to all the action and to have you join with us for all of that. We will see you tomorrow.